Welcome home. Diana Butler Bass has this wonderful saying in her book, Grounded. She says, home is a relationship. Home is a place. Home is a seeking after God. We welcome you this morning for a homecoming and for a great celebration. And it is fitting that we begin with worship.
Good morning, community. It's an honor to be here with you today on Zoom, here in person. What a blessing. Please join me in our call to worship that is located here in your program. As well as on Zoom, you should have a PDF available to be able to see. To everything, there is a season and a time for every purpose under heaven.
We are here to name the ways we have been seasoned by United Theological Seminary.
We are a people forever changed by an institution born 60 years ago in a climate of change. Through the coming together of Yankton School of Theology and Mission House Theological Seminary. United was created through the newly formed United Church of Christ as a creative and ecumenical venture in theological education.
We name the ways we have been blessed and challenged to be a part of this living witness.
Today, after more than 2 years of pandemic isolation, we are welcomed home. For some of us, this setting is new. We also feel the presence of those who dreamed and struggled and loved the seminary into what it is today.
We are carrying the story. We are writing it still. We are many voices united.
Joyful, joyful, we adore you, God of glory, God of love. Hearts unfold like flowers before you, opening to the sun above. Melt the clouds of sin and sadness, drive the storm of doubt away. Giver of immortal gladness, fill us with the light of day. Mortals join the mighty chorus, which the morning stars began. Boundless love is reigning o'er us, reconciling rain, ever singing, moving onward, was in the midst of strife. Joyful music leads us onward in the triumph song of life.
Those who are standing may now be seated. Good morning.
Good morning.
In the midst of our worship, let us take a moment to pause in silence as we hold in our hearts all those in the pathway of Hurricane Ian. Now let us pray. Holy One, we give thanks for the many voices that have gone before us. We give thanks for the founding community of United, the faculty, staff, and students whose voices first gathered in 1962. We are grateful for the current members of this community, for students, staff, and faculty whose voices continue to join the echoes of those in the past. And as we move through the 60th year, we also give thanks for the voices that are yet to come. We give thanks for the ways in which voices are invited and welcomed into this space to change and transform our community and the world. the voices of students who hear and answer a call, the voices of faculty and staff whose journeys unfold within these halls. And in the midst of our thanks, we take time to remember the voices of alumni who left this earth since we were last together. For these beloveds and for their voices, Holy One, we give you thanks. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
In this holy time of remembrance, we are going to be holding the names of these beloved sacred. As we sing together this chant, let's review the Latin really quickly. Veni, Sancte Spiritus, come, Holy Spirit. With each set of names that will be read, we will continue with the chant. In between, as we take a break, I'll be singing a descant over the top of it, and invite you to sing the words that speak to your heart and to just relax into the melody together as we create a sacred circle of remembrance. Veni Sancte Spiritus, Veni Sancte Spiritus, Veni Sancte Spiritus, Veni Sancte Spiritus.
Reuben G. Grotius, Carol J. Olm, Robert L. Hertig, Wilbur K. Huck, Victor Vriesen, Harold Goldman, Donald Lindgren, Bernard W. Saylor, Daniel V. Showalter, H. Dean Style, Marvin Deerhake.
Bene Sancte Spiritus, come, Holy Spirit, from heaven shine forth with your glorious light. Veni Sancte Spiritus, Veni Sancte Spiritus, Veni Sancte Spiritus.
Arthur Hermanson, Robert Sedlage, Donald Storm, Gail Axon, Maynard Beamer, Robert Long, Harvey Reh, Paul Baumer, Thomas Townsend, Calvin Gerber, Jerry Flukiger,
Sancte Spiritus, come, Father of the poor, come, generous Spirit, come, light of our hearts, Veni Sancte Spiritus, Sancte Spiritus.
Donald L. Stobner, Paul F. Kepke, James Warren, Dr. Paul L. Hammer, William E. Carlson, Harold Chippens, Gary E. Stokes, Joyce H. Rosing, Mark E. Jaberg, John Hadorf, Kathy J. McDonald,
Veni Sancte Spiritus, Veni Sancte Spiritus. Come from the four winds, O Spirit, come, breath of God. Disperse the shadows over us, renew and strengthen your people. Veni Sancte Spiritus, Spiritus.
Norma J. Burton,
Sancte Spiritus,
David E. Crum,
Sancte Spiritus,
William Swan,
Sancte
Diane Walkler-Koob, Margaret Z. Morris, Dwight D. Snesred, Rand L. Christian, Dwayne V. Ernst, Jean A. Felder, Don Crissinger Clark, James A. Graham.
Veni Sancte Spiritus, Veni Sancte Spiritus, most kindly warming light, enter the inmost depth of our hearts, for we are faithful to you. Without your presence we have nothing worthy, nothing pure. Veni Sancte Spiritus, Veni Sancte Spiritus.
Mark P. Showalter, Richard W. Filling, Robert E. Heft, George G. Sublet, Susan Font Zimmerman, Albert O. Grenler, Martha G. Hendricks, Robert Coons, Judith A. Strauss Clement, Ricardo Wilberg, Ronald L. Zimmer.
You are our only comforter, peace of the soul. In the heat you shade us, in our labors you refresh us. And in trouble you are our strength, Veni Sancte Spiritus.
Mary L. Beckman, Kayla S. Collins, John W. Nietzschereis, Louis S. Shane, Thomas B. Caswell, Marilyn H. Evans, Stephen W. Mewis, Cheryl R. Thomas, Reverend Dr. Arthur L. Merrill, Charlotte A. Samuelson, Fayetta A. Maki, and Reverend Dr. Lance R. Baker.
Veni Sancte Spiritus, on all who put their trust in you and receive you in faith, shower all your gifts. Grant that they may grow in you and persevere to the end. Give them lasting joy. Veni Sancte Spiritus.
Robert D. Keim, Robert A. Falat, Marianne Pearson, Linda Sanderman, John A. Jankowski, Colleen M. Cook, Sarah Scholliger, Lavon D. Young, and Matthew Nelson.
Come from the four winds, O Spirit, come, breath of God, disperse the shadows over us, renew and strengthen your people. Veni Sancte Spiritus, Veni Sancte Spiritus, Veni Sancte Spiritus, Veni Sancte Spiritus.
Our first reading is a poem from the poet Wendell entitled The Clearing. We clasp the hands of those that go before us and the hands of those who come after us. We enter the circle of each other's arms and the larger circle of lovers whose hands are joined in a dance. And the larger circle of all creatures passing in and out of life who move also in a dance to a music so subtle and vast that no ear hears it except in fragments.
Our second reading is from the Gospel of Matthew. That same day, Jesus went out of the house and sat beside the sea. Such great crowds gathered around him that he got into a boat and sat there while the whole crowd stood on the beach. And he told them many things in parables, saying, listen, a sower went out to sow. And as he sowed, some seeds fell on the path, and the birds came and ate them all. Other seeds fell on rocky ground where they did not have much soil, and they sprang up quickly since they had no depth as well of soil. But when the sun rose, they were scorched. And since they had no root, they withered away. Other seeds fell among thorns, and the thorns grew up and choked them. Other seeds fell on good soil and brought forth grain. Some 100-fold, some 60, some 30. Let anyone with ears listen.
Over 20 years ago, you told me that someday you would come to hear me preach. And so here we are. And I thank you, teacher of preachers. Join me in gratitude. So today we name our gratitude for teachers and colleagues of United Theological Seminary of the Twin Cities whose love resonates within us and within this world we share yet. Today we name the power and privilege of being part of a scrappy, pioneering seminary. Yes? Today we give thanks for our past and we commit to our future. And I want to name on this day particular gratitude for the pedagogy of Jesus. Jesus often taught through stories. Is there a better way to teach? And in particular, Jesus taught through parables. According to William Herzog in his book, Parables as Subversive Speech. How do you like that for a title? Parables are meant to shake us up and to undermine the prevailing assumptions of the day. They were and they are meant to peel back the myths that keep us bound to injustices, communal constructs that grieve the very heart of God. Parables take us from what we think we know into what we may not have even imagined we could hope for. So Jesus tells parables like that of the sower in the Gospel of Matthew and throughout his teaching in order to destabilize and dismantle and reimagine. I use that word on purpose. And reorder social systems built upon privilege, built upon the privilege of the few at the expense of all too many. So the teachings of Jesus do not endear him to the powerful. This particular parable of the sower bears witness, I believe, to incredible possibility. Scholars tell us that the sower in this parable is employing a method of sowing called broadcast sowing, which is take a handful of seeds and just throw them. This is not a dig a hole and bend over and plant that seed in the ground kind of growing of crops. It is an open-handed unleashing of abundance. It is crazy, and it's holy, and it's real. And there's this lesson from the parable of the sower, and that is this: dirt matters. Right? Tended and prepared and enriched seed beds matter. So for the purposes of today's consideration of wild abundance, we name our gratitude for the ways that United Theological Seminary of the Twin Cities was and is intentional about stewarding the lavish abundance of dreams and work and passion and grace and hope that were broadcast some 60 years ago. We celebrate and we name the seeds that have found purchase in students and in churches and in communities across this nation and across the world. The abundance generated through this seminary is incalculable. And it's transformational. Because I think a key component is this: at its inception, UTS was created to disrupt and challenge and ground and call forth the kind of fruit that can sustain a people too long pushed to the margins and a world too long starved for hope. That work, like the teachings of Jesus, has not always endeared UTS to the powerful. It occurs to me that UTS is a living parable. UTS is a story being told even now. So among the names that we heard read today on this day are people who broadcast amazing grace, including the name of Hal Shippets, who was a player on the UTS football team. Did you know there was such a thing? There was. And he interned at my father's church, Robbinsdale UCC, and he worked alongside with me at Richfield UMC, and he officiated at my father's funeral. Another name shared was that of Carol J. Olm, O-L-M. I have to spell it every time. A graduate of Mission House. He was a man who worked with the United Church of Christ to create Fairhaven, which was a senior living facility in Whitewater, Wisconsin. It is thriving yet. Carol served as the catalyst for that vision, as the administrator and as the chaplain, and for 23 years he was my father-in-law, and he is the grandfather of my children. We also heard this name, Marilyn Evans. Marilyn came into ministry after finding success in the corporate world. She graduated from UTS and she landed in Duluth for a time, and there we met and shared life and ministry and laughter, and we shared, this is what intimacy means in the United Methodist Church, we shared a moving van when she moved from Duluth to Minneapolis, and I did too. Marilyn was blessed to fall in love. And she and her wife, Mary, shared 23 years together. And when it became legal, finally, to do so, they married. I got to sing at their wedding. Marilyn was one of the finest pastors ever grown in the soil of this seminary. And she was a United Methodist. So for most of her ministry, she lived with the fullness of her being, shared with only a small circle of trusted friends. 3 years ago, Marilyn was invited to speak at the Minnesota Annual Conference in Minnesota. And during a service of worship, Marilyn told her story. And through that telling, she challenged the some 800 people there to forego any sense that she and her love were ever meant to be hid under a bushel or in a closet. Her courage and her grace was shared in that place, and she was so generous to be willing to do that telling and to be willing to bear witness to her wholeness in the midst of the very people who had questioned the very sacred nature of her being. Marilyn broadcast grace in the midst of an institution that continues to groan in its desire to loose the bonds of injustice and oppression. My church, the United Methodist Church. Pray for us. Seriously. What Marilyn shared with us was holy, holy, holy. And it was courageous and it was gracious. And Marilyn was brought to voice in part because of where it was she learned what it is to tell the good news of Jesus Christ. She was brought to good news and to voice through all of the people in her life, but she was also brought to voice by this place, United Theological Seminary of the Twin Cities. You know what I'm talking about. I see your heads, thank you. It's more fun when people respond. You know how this place brings hope and healing to insistent voice. And our whole lives, yours and mine, and the many, many people who have been touched by our ministries and continue to be touched by our ministries, each of our beings have been made resonant through connection to this living parable place, this seedbed given to challenging systems and rooting hope and conviction in such a way that the fruits of mercy and kindness and justice are born. 60 years ago, this seminary was founded, and I quote, to take imaginative and aggressive action in the field of theological education. Now, we might phrase that a little differently, yeah, right? We might phrase that a little differently these days, and you'll hear plenty from Molly about how we phrase it these days, but the insistent call of our founding persists. 60 years from now, we will be shaping leaders for a church and a culture that we can little imagine. In our past, in our present, and in our future, we are the story of wild abundance. At protest marches, in sanctuaries, in hospital rooms, in classrooms, and through the building of coalitions of care and justice making in the communities in which we find ourselves. For those in the UCC who had the vision and the tenacity it takes to create and steward a seminary, we give thanks. Bravo. For gifted and courageous faculty and students and presidents and donors, God bless you donors, and administrators and trustees who carry and sustain the vision, we give thanks. For those named on this day and those who have finished their course in faith and who now rest from their labors, we give thanks. And we who are yet alive, we commit to mindfully and courageously opening our hearts and our hands to possibility. We will not be quieted or silenced. Amen? Thank you. We are broadcasters of possibility. We commit to tending the gardens of our souls and our communities and this earth in order to honor the sacred energy it takes to bring longings to fruit. We do this because we are many voices, say it with me now, united. Amen. And now we get to sing. Will you rise as you are so inclined or able?
Brother, all your
celebrate the ways that we are woven by the people who take the time to see us, to believe in us, to support us, to trust us. And what we would invite you to do is, in that basket over there are many, many different colored pieces of paper. We're inviting you to write down the names of those people who have brought you to voice or help you remember how very fine you are and what it is God is still calling you to. So if you would write those, and you see how we have a little bit of confetti sticking out, those are people prayers. We ask you to put those names in one of those dots, knowing that those people continue still to bear fruit in your life and in the life of this world. So may you go, but don't leave. Carry within you gratitude for the many seeds planted and nourished and sown, and for the ways that you are broadcast grace. Amen and amen. Thank you.
We're all human.
Well, greetings, everyone. I have the unenviable task of interrupting such good conversation that everyone is sharing. We are so grateful to have you today. Alums, our letters of recommendation, current students, faculty, retired faculty, former dean, former president. We're just grateful all of you are here. Some of you don't look a day under 60. And if you actually are, then the seminary is older than you. And so you are living into its venerable history. It is a delight to welcome all of you to a homecoming, really. This afternoon, we will be honoring our distinguished alum, John Aeschbury, who's here somewhere. There you are. Thank you. We honor you this day. Before I give the presidential word, or several, Cindy Beth is wrong to say a word from the president because she knows better. I want to present an award. Elizabeth Macaulay is a revered alumna, having received several awards upon her graduation in 1999. But there was an award she coveted not in the biblical sense, of course. She wanted the preaching award, and she still whines about it. Would you come here? So, I am assuming some presidential prerogative to present the honorary preaching award in recognition of her remarkable charism that she has offered for so many years. May I read it to you? Yes. United Theological Seminary of the Twin Cities presents the Honorary Preaching Award, not retroactive to 1999, for years and years of good preaching.
Thank you.
Elizabeth is one of those persons I can't sit beside in church, and you can see why. Well, I'm pleased to give you an update, and then we'll have a time for Q&A, and that's the most fun, of course. You can't bear a talking head for 45 minutes, so I won't. And if it goes a little long, somebody signal. Meg, Cindy Beth, just wait. Enough already. But I'm excited about United, and that's why it may be given to prolixity a bit. I've spent a year and a half in the good company of those who love United. Alums, donors, et cetera, stellar staff, wonderful students, and all the rest. And yes, to invert Sally Field's language, I really like you. Or better said now, I really like us. I like who we are and who we are becoming. We remain on the leading edge of theological education, and our mission is clear. Now, I remember one time at an ATS meeting, I'll never have to go to purgatory because I've been to ATS meetings, words without end, amen, amen. And there was a person there summoned by ATS to give his experience of his theological education. He's now a prominent pastor in the Kansas City area. And he described his experience in seminary, which will remain nameless. He said, when they got us there, they really didn't know what they wanted to do with us. I thought, man, that is an indictment on a school. Over the past year, we have revised vision, mission, values, statements that clarify further our purpose. And yes, we are clear about what we want to do with students when they get here. We know and care about educational outcomes, and we're clear about the impact that we hope to make for the church and for the larger good. The freedom of inquiry, the construction of new pathways of knowledge, and the gentle tending that caring professors provide for students are defining aspects of our ethos. I'm sure each of you, alums or professors, you have a fond remembrance of a special encounter between you and a professor, or a professor with a student, and there's nothing more tender than opening our lives to one another for the purpose of learning and growth. As we have conversations later in the day between retired and current professors, it's going to be really, really fun to see how they understand their vocations. We are growing as a seminary, and there are several reasons for that, which I will speak to in just a moment. This fall, we have 224 students, which is the most since the fall of 2001. Now, not many seminaries are growing, particularly in their MDiv programs. And I'll talk more about that in just a moment. But who are these students? They're congregational leaders, they're chaplains in the making, they're scholars, they're artists, activists, nonprofit leaders, and they care about making the world more just. One student comes to mind, Dwayne Dixon. He left corporate work, IBM, Xerox, Unisys, and then to ministry. His vision is to minister to professional men of color. He said that group is forgotten often. And so he started a podcast, The Corporate Minister, he named it. It's a safe space dedicated to the hearts and minds of professional men of color, or strivers, as he calls them, persons often overlooked in ministry. That's the kind of student, and I could name many more. Faculty are the soul of the seminary. Staff, you all are the spine. And students, you are the very embodiment of the mission we profess. We are graced with wonderful scholars, thoughtful students, excellent staff members. And yes, we are well governed. There's a kiss up to those who approve of me in my work. Growth in an institution is the fruit of many working in an aligned manner to accomplish the seminary's mission. So back to the question, why is United growing? Well, Kyle and I were asked that earlier this past year by a really quite conservative seminary in California. They actually paid us for consultation, and we got $1,000 to take faculty and staff to see the twins. It was a good use of money. I don't think any seminary money was spent on beer, but I'm not sure. I don't think so. Well, here are some of the reasons why we are growing, some of which we shared with our twisted sister seminary. The first, we have thoughtfully positioned the seminary theologically in a post-Christendom, religiously plural context. Now that's a sentence only a theologian could love, but while continuing our historic identity as a progressive Christian seminary anchored in the UCC and other ecumenical bodies, we readily welcome those of other faiths who seek spiritual grounding for vocations of service. This emerging identity presents challenges for curricula, worship, and guidance toward various pathways of credentialing for religious leadership. And yet, it is precisely the right thing to do, to position us theologically in this time with this mission. We've also imagined new programs to meet urgent needs for church and society. Some of you tuned in this past week and you saw the launch of the Leadership Center for Social Justice. It's all about equipping pastors to get social justice on the church's agenda. Maybe not the easiest thing to do. We have 16 in this inaugural cohort, and this last Thursday we blessed Rai Sigelko back here who is helping design a wonderful program, and grateful for Lily's confidence in us to entrust $1 million to spend wisely and slowly, I hope. We really do want this to be an ongoing center, and when we begin to talk more about a campaign on the horizon, this is one of the priorities of that campaign. We're also exploring a new degree program, and I'll just put it out here. We're exploring the possibility of a degree in marriage and family therapy. Given the fraught legislative season that challenges LGBTQIA persons, United proposes a pathway to equip pastors and other religious leaders with the information and insight needed to guide families and individuals to navigate difficult shoals that are highly personal and now being criminalized. I have friends in Texas. It's not a pretty sight. Another reason why we're growing, we strive to love each other. Now, I don't mean this in a facile way at all, but there is a wonderful perichoresis at United. Perichoresis is my favorite theological word. It means to make space for one another. Two Greek words, peri, chorein, make space, or literally to dance around together, as the 9th century theologian John of Damascus put it. There is a deep mutual regard within faculty and staff and students that matters greatly. And it actually extends in the board, with our alums, with those friends of the seminary. We know we're far from a perfect community, and yet we strive to become a more beloved community in our practices. And we believe that the Spirit guides us and accompanies us as we construct holy possibilities for the future. We are a perichoretic seminary. I once said that in a setting, and one poor fellow heard pathetic. He had not attended United. So. We continue to care about the church. We know that the church faces headwinds, and many find institutional practices at best nostalgic, or at worst indifferent to justice. But I continue to believe that theological seminaries are a source of renewal to denominational life as well as the wider social landscape. Our goal is to offer the kind of education and contextual opportunities that allow students to explore ever-expansive vocational options. And our curriculum reflects the shifting ecclesial and religious realities. We have a curriculum that speaks to our time. Many of our students come with wounds from their faith communities, and they desire a more expansive place to learn and to explore. Those are the folk we love best here. Our courses in womanist theologies, food, culture, and justice in the Bible, it goes beyond manna and quail and loaves and fishes. It's about a larger economy of justice, queer theology, other offerings, echo justice courses, ignite imagination and spark creativity, and that the arts suffuse our curriculum remains a magnet for students. If everyone would turn around and look at the very back of the intersection, you will see the hand of the divine connecting with the hand of the human, that artist is right here in our midst. Miss Grace Riggs. Wave, Grace, and everybody wave back. The arts suffuse what we do here, and know mostly thank you to Wilson Yates. Yeah, grateful. It's really nice when an old president and a new president get along, isn't it? Yeah, it's a nice thing. And we do. Why are we growing? We have a winsome and gifted faculty. I have occasion to meet with former faculty, and they offer witness to the significance of their careers teaching at United, and invariably, they ask about the faculty today, and they are impressed with whom we have managed to gather here. You know, there's been a major generational shift in the past few years, and many of our luminaries have moved into retirement, if not the upward call to their heavenly reward. Pretty astonishing, the names read this morning, 2 esteemed faculty among them. Our present faculty members come with significant academic credentials, and they give priority to the glory of teaching. Oh, yes, they write too. But the alchemy of the classroom is what remains their chief love and where they give their best gifts. They are creative, innovative, and imaginative as they ply their vocations. They have the humility to work collaboratively with one another and with students, as together they construct theological wisdom. You know the old saying about a faculty meeting? Everything had been said, but not everyone had said it. So the meeting continues. We do well working together. And we do have the best dean around, Kyle. We're growing because we are accessible. We have learned to excel in virtual learning. We make it possible to offer high-quality theological education in an increasingly competitive landscape. There's a sister seminary, which will go nameless, of the same tribe as we. They had not done distance ed. And when the pandemic came, they were flat-footed. Their faculty wasn't ready. Their students were not ready. They were trying to hold on to a residential model. It just didn't work. And yes, we have more students than they do. Now, it's required a great deal of work on a part of our faculty, those who design our assessment processes, and of students. And I commend them for their diligence in learning new pedagogical, andragogical, and technological approaches for synchronous and flex courses. That's language we didn't use when I was coming through seminary shortly after the earth cooled. It's new. It's new language and new delivery, and we're seeing good outcomes from it. Why are we growing? We are student-centered. The individual formation of students is a chief charism of United. We allow great freedom in their academic pursuits, and we support their aspirations. Indeed, the new program, Concentration in Eco-Justice, which Dr. Munjed Murad will be directing, comes as a response to student advocacy. The world needs this. We need this. The church needs this. It's time to engage this. And we are delighted to have someone with your expertise, Munjed, to lead that. Student-centered. Our alums continue to reflect on the formation that they received at United. They felt well tended to, even as our students do today. Well, with the exception of a few squeaky wheels, but anyway. Grateful that we strive to be student-centered. We have an attractive social media presence. Many of you are here today because we just pelted social media your direction, and you saw the beauty and you saw the excitement around our day of gathering. People know we are here. People open our messages. Many attend our virtual lectures, chapel, and other events with gratitude for the accessibility that we offer. And social media helps us make these things known. We have significant engagement through our varied announcements and offerings. Our marketing and communication continue to bear good result. And I thank Dr. Cindy Beth for all she does. We have a robust enrollment management process. I would call them the hounds of heaven, I think. They are on it. There is a wonderful process whereby we gather names and follow up. We pair people with students already here. They have an opportunity to receive advisement before they get here, and we are finding better practices, even semester by semester. Part of that means you get your search engine optimization process so that we come up high on the list when people look for a seminary. But you know, even better than an SEO, it's the recommendation of an alum. Lots of our students make their way because of the recommendation of an alum. So keep doing your work on that. Why are we growing? We pay attention to beauty. We believe that the arts kindle imagination and transcend the usual discursive approach in theological education. A longing for beauty, I believe, is akin to a longing for God, for the holy. And so we are surrounded by expressions of human creativity, of beauty. This space evokes wonder and gratitude for what it means to be a human created after the image of one of the holy, the creative power of the world. Why are we growing? The world needs a seminary like United, and people are recognizing that. We believe our mission is transformation, and we are out actually to change the world because our reach is quite expansive. We have people on the East Coast and the West Coast, North and South, sitting in the same classes together. Kind of hard for an early morning class or a evening class to rearrange your sleep patterns, your circadian rhythms, but students do it. They do it at sacrifice, and I admire our students for their willingness to complicate their lives, their professional lives, in order to pursue this theological education that they value. Well, for 60 years, we have been a grand experiment in groundbreaking scholarship, radical inclusion, and public witness. That's a good way to do theological education in our time. So we give thanks for all that has been and all that is yet to be. Amen. And we have about 15 minutes for some questions. Or I can start the speech over. Yes, I can spell perichoresis. Do you want it in Greek or English? I'll do it in English. Perichoresis. Perichoresis. And use it in a sentence. I already did.
Mary, when I attended back in 1967, we were located in New Brighton. And one of the things that we valued, and I've spoken to several classmates, is the sense of community. We were all in the same building. We had a retreat at the St. Croix River in the beginning. We bumped into everybody on a daily basis. The question that came to me was, obviously with COVID, but also with the virtual learning that's going on and the benefits of that, do you find it a struggle or challenging to build that sense of community in the absence of physical proximity?
That's an excellent question, and I think I was expecting it today because the educational delivery has shifted. We're not a residential campus. Our students are concerned about this. Some of them have done very creative things. They've started a Sunday night dinner church so that we can gather around the table and be together. Some come early for evening classes and share meals. Others linger after morning class and have meals around the table here. We spend a lot of time on screens, all of us, and some of us are not digital natives like some of the younger students in our midst. They know how to create community digitally. It is something they have practiced. Our faculty has practiced warmth and attentiveness through that medium. It's not quite as incarnational as rubbing shoulders in the hallway, but it does make theological education accessible. It lowers costs. People don't have to move. People can stay in their profession or their place of leadership in their congregation or nonprofit. And so it makes sense for us to make that accessible. We continue to learn better how to do hybrid education. People in the room, people on the screen, often more on the screen than in the room. That has called our professors to adapt. We like to make the room dance when we teach, and there are fewer to dance in the classroom itself. But we see this as a necessary innovation, and those schools who are not making theological education accessible in this way are not flourishing. Yeah, thank you.
The United Church of Christ was built on ecumenism. Are you doing anything to touch base with the other seminaries in this area? The Catholic seminaries, the Lutheran seminaries, the others?
Well, if eating dinner with Luther Seminary's president counts, well, yes. She's a friend of mine. We do not have a consortium any longer with a shared Doctor of Ministry program. That began to kind of dissipate probably over a dozen years ago, although we can still do cross-registration. And we have some wonderful collaborations. We've been collaborating with St. Kate's for a number of years in their spiritual direction program. And in fact, we're going to be picking up some of what they're not able to carry on going forward as we have a spiritual direction emphasis here. Ecumenism, though, works its way out here at United in honoring the various denominational backgrounds, paying attention to what the judicatory requirements are for ordination. And so we do our best to create the kind of space for persons to receive the credentialing that they need by being in touch with those various denominational bodies.
Can the ordinary person in this community take short courses on an occasional basis without being hooked into a degree program?
Well, that's probably a dean question. You know, presidents provide contraception for, no, deans provide contraception for presidential ideas, which are always, you know, too many. We're talking about this. In fact, through the Leadership Center, I should stay on script, shouldn't I? It's always a problem when I don't. We're talking about some short-term things through the Leadership Center, some certificates. We are very, very interested in providing some of the things that denominations require. Boundary training, anti-racist training, other things. And we're thinking about ways to stack credentials. There are those who really don't want the full degree. They're going to be bi-professional, but they want some Bible, and they want some preaching, and they want some theology, and that's in the wrong order. They want some theology. And so it's important that we provide some of those opportunities.
Thank you.
Yep.
As someone who has spent most of his professional life in CPE and directing programs, I'm curious to know, I think you have developed much more of that connection in recent years here. I wonder if you could just describe some of the things that are going on and how that seems to be working.
Thank you for that. Dr. Jessica Chapman-Lape directs our interreligious chaplaincy program and helps link us with various CPE sites. We know that the very nature of chaplaincy is shifting in a religiously plural world. We also know that some places want chaplains that never did before. Not just prisons, not just police stations, libraries, transportation areas who would desire to have a chaplain. What we try to do with our students is orient them to the various possibilities for different contexts in which to pursue CPE. We prize it as very good professional training.
Is it okay if I don't have a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Mine is to thank everybody who has made this all possible throughout the 60 years. And when I was here at seminary, it was the faculty, Clyde and Mary and others who made all the difference. But I want to be very specific about something. When I took preaching, it was an amazing class. And each time, Chris had us, each semester was different as far as having a specific topic. And the year I took it, it was suicide. And we needed to preach a sermon in the class on suicide. And I want to thank you because I have done 2 suicide funerals since then. And it changed the whole perspective I had about suicide. So I would start it each time by saying, your loved one is okay. surrounded by God's love. Now let's talk about you. And each time I had at least one person come up to me afterwards that had had a suicide in their family and had a whole different funeral. And they thanked me for straightening it out. So thank you very much.
Amen. We've got time for a couple more. Or testimonies, if you will.
Molly, this question from me will not surprise you. I wonder if you could name a couple of things that you're becoming increasingly aware that seminaries and the institutional church that they were birthed to serve should be talking about that we're not.
How to raise money, for one. Many pastors didn't receive any preparation on how to resource the ministry to which they're called. We need to be talking a whole lot more about a spirituality of fundraising. I think also we need to increase the conversation between churches and seminaries about the quality and relevance of traditional preaching. I often talk with churches, and sometimes they comment on some of our grads, and they're not complimentary about how we have prepared them for preaching. And I think that's a conversation as to how do churches hear, and how do proclaimers offer something that is a good word, a helpful word, not simply information from a commentary that they garnered. Not that I have anything against commentaries, but that they garnered during that week. I also think that some churches are fearful to acknowledge some of the most urgent social issues. And we graduate students who, with great earnestness and hope, believe that they can do some transformative work, and they receive resistance. And so on the conference side, it's the conversation, in what way does this congregation want to change, and how do you dream a hopeful future? On the seminary side, it is. Change is incremental. It does not happen quickly. You love and you trust a people before you can lead them well. So those are some of the conversations that we need to have. What would you add to the list, conference minister?
I'll give you a call.
Well, she is my conference minister. You know, I have dual standing with the UCC, and I have this Clyde Steckel seal of approval on my paper. He read it. He said, they will never have received a paper quite like this. Indeed. Yes, one more.
One thing that I would add to the list, coming from the Northern Plains Conference, where we had, when my sister was a delegate to Synod in 1983, she had to come back and report to all 90 churches. Now there are 35, maybe, at last count, and most of them are probably 25 and under membership. The plains are, many of the small towns are drying up and blowing away, and they might have a post office, but they don't have a church. And that's a conversation that is a wider conversation. And I just shared this illustration earlier, and it comes from an article I read a long time ago, and I think it was mostly about Nebraska, but it fits all the Plain States and some of Minnesota, that everything along interstates and major highways, towns are doing pretty well. If you're not on an interstate or a major highway, you're drying up and blown away. And the illustration is that a person with their head in the oven and their feet in the freezer is not comforted by the fact that they have an average body temperature. So we need to have some of those conversations about how do we do church when people are disappearing.
Quick anecdote. Earlier, at the end of the summer, I was up on the Iron Range and met with about a dozen of our grads, our alums, many of whom serve yoked parishes up there. And I asked them, what's the goodness of being a rural pastor? And they said, well, the intergenerational work, you mobilize a congregation to form partnerships with other churches so that you can do more together than anybody could do alone. The community rises to meet particular needs, and they talked about the different pace in which they lived. And so I want us to not lose sight of those areas for ministry. Many will need to be bi-professional, of course, to manage that. Thank you for your questions and thank you for your attention. I think it's time to move to the next conversation that we will have between Dr. Gary Green and Dr. Ed Martin. I want to correct a little bit about the introduction to Dr. Martin. The book Multiple Paths was co-authored by Ed and Lance, and I don't think we got that quite right in the program. And Ed alone was the author of La Amistad and the Reform Abolitionists. It was based on his doctoral work. And there he and Gary have a keen connection as they care very much about anti-racial things. Ed was academic dean for 2.5 years, and in his retirement, he has the great capacity to convene people, to come alongside them, and yes, to practice some of the arts. And for Dr. Green, who was my student a long time ago, always will claim that. We know him as a good scholar, a thoughtful colleague, a sweet date to his Monica, and a good daddy to a couple of young ones. I asked him yesterday something fun about him. He doesn't always lead with a furrowed brow. He said, I love the power of stand-up comedy to disrupt what is going on, to kind of turn it upside down and play in a different way. Well, Gary and I share a love for the Jayhawks, which will bind us together for eternity. Gary, you and Ed, we are so grateful that you will offer this first conversation. The format is pretty simple. What are key issues that you faced, that are being faced today? What were key scholars from whom you absorbed insight? What did you learn from students along the way? And whatever else you all have conspired to do. Gary, you're on. Welcome.
Well, it's a pleasure to have this opportunity. I'm always grateful to have conversation because I do think that there is an alchemy that Molly referenced in the classroom that happens in conversation. So I appreciate this opportunity. Ed, I know we talked on the phone about how to coordinate this, but I would just pause and let you say something briefly, and then we can get into the conversation. And I'm thinking I will kind of pose the first question for us, and if you wanted to pose the second, and hopefully we get off the script and into a dialogue, and then just allow it to run, run where it might run. So, yeah.
Well, it's good to meet you in virtually. We've talked on the phone, but good to see you and good to be here. Yes, I look forward to our conversation.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you for being in conversation with me. And the first question that I know we discussed a little bit, and that was given to us as a kind of frame, was what are 2 or 3 scholars that have influenced your work? And if you would want to respond to that, I'll respond to that after, and then we can riff if we need to, or move on if we need to.
Sure. Well, it would be difficult to hone that down to 2 or 3 scholars, but I could list a few. And in graduate school, I encountered Alfred North Whitehead, and Whitehead really gave me he just opened my imagination, and I identified with his concept of God. I identified with his understanding of the cosmos. I think in later life, I would think that he's too optimistic. But then there was H. Richard Niebuhr and his relational theology, his relational ethics. I think in as I grow older, I have become more and more a Buber fan. I read Buber and appreciated Buber earlier in my life, but in my retirement years, I found Buber to be a sustaining theologian that helps me understand what's it all about. And then I would talk about that theological community that I was a part of at United. We had some outstanding scholars and outstanding people, people that just built a community, a theological community and a professional community that was, that changed me in so many ways. If I were to point out a couple of resources that influenced me while I was teaching, one would be the method in ministry by the Whiteheads. And I think Mary Potter Ingles' work with Susan Thistlethwaite was, I really relied on a lot. Her work, Lift Every Voice. And I think that's still in print. I think it's just been reprinted. And then again, Robert Schreiter, who his Constructing Local Theologies was very influential for me. I think that's a good summary. If people want to ask questions about that. And yourself, how about you?
Yeah, thank you. And I think my first kind of scholarly allegiance, if you will, would have to do with the brilliance of Black women that we know as womanist theology. Specifically, I'm thinking of Emily Towns' work on the cultural production of evil, a book that changed the way that I looked at and understood reality. Kelly Brown Douglas's work and really her whole corpus, beginning in the early days with sexuality in the Black church, through her work on the blues, up through her work with on Stand Your Ground, and the way that she reads United States history through this lens that exposes white supremacy and the ways that Christianity was a primary conduit and conversation partner of white supremacy. And then you mentioned Whitehead, and I would say Monica Coleman also in her book, Making a Way Out of No Way. That was my first introduction to a processed theological way of thinking. And it began to give me a language that resonated more with my deepest intuitions, and also in a way that didn't rely on categories that I didn't yet know I disagreed with. Not just concepts, but some of the very categories for the way that we understand the divine and human relation and
Yeah.
so on and so forth. So um, they womanist theology helped me decolonize my mind in some really important ways. Helped me realize that the extent to which theologically I was thinking in terms of assumptions and categories and conclusions that did not arise from my experience and didn't really speak directly to it. So beyond that, I would say also performance theory has been something I've been constantly intrigued by. Not just gender performativity, like through the work of Judith Butler and other scholars, but also performance theory proper, which talks about, you know, what actors do on stage and tries to understand really the kind of everydayness of performance. And this is the way that if you ask my students, you hear me talk about reality. This is the way I see how reality plays out. It's all a performance, and that doesn't have to be a bad thing. It just, to me, is what it is. We put it together moment by moment. And Marshawn Lynch, I would say, is also and as a symbol for the way that I have tried to remain committed not only to my own experience as a black man and an athlete, former athlete, but also what other athletes, and namely African American athletes, have to teach us about humanity, about divinity, and so on and so forth. Marshawn Lynch is somebody who is read in a particular way, and if you hear him talk about what he's famous for, beast mode, there are connections between neuroscientific discoveries, there's an understanding of what it means to be in flow that you can hear if we pay attention to people like him. So these are the scholars that are forming me, I guess, right now.
Wow, that's great. That's great. Are there any scholars that you've left behind as you've made your way through your theological experience?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, if you didn't gather from, I guess, my commitment to the decolonial work of womanist theology, I would say I generally am suspicious of canons. When coming up through my PhD program at a progressive institution that introduced me to a lot of thinkers that were not traditionally inside of the kind of Christian canon with respect to the categories that I was learning about, but also realizing that, and I think one of the specific things that comes to mind is as a pastoral theologian, reading and learning about authors that are talking about human relationality at a really serious level. The fact that we, not just kind of a theoretical move past individualism, but a really attempt to really take seriously the extent to which we are relationally bound together and relationally formed and really caught in this web of existence together. And reading, to be quite honest, white scholars introducing some of these ideas as kind of new discoveries or new ways of thinking about human existence, and holding that in tension with some of the assumptions that were endemic to my own experience and the awareness I had of African scholars who had been saying this for centuries. And so this invited me to relate to even the idea of canon differently. So I wouldn't point to any particular authors, although I don't read systematic theology anymore. I am much more concerned with trying to not only talk about concepts or propose ideas, but to do it in a way that is honoring my own cultural heritage and ideas that come out of that, even if they are mentioned by other folks in the canon. I might not mention them intentionally as a way to demonstrate, to perform also what I'm trying to say. That makes sense.
Yes, it makes a lot of sense. Yes, amazing.
How about you, Ed?
Well,
Same question.
we talked about this on the phone, and I think that there's certainly a lot of the, because I grew up, and I think you said the same, that we both were educated with systematic theological approach. And I think I would, like you, I no longer, I'm really, and was in my teaching and concerned about constructing theology, constructing local theologies, and contextualizing theology. And so I've moved away from systems so much, although they still inform me. I was indoctrinated in systematic theology, and they form part of the pattern of who I am. They're part of my, to cite or to go back to Niebuhr, they're part of my inner history. They're part of what makes me what I am. And and the direction that I've gone is, large part to some of these major systematic theologians. So yeah, I think to say yes, I still find some meaning in some of the ideas of someone like Whitehead, and yet I'm no longer a Whiteheadian theologian. I still, I find a lot of, I think that recently I've been reading some aesthetics, which is interesting. And Marley was talking about beauty. And I've really been working a lot around concepts of beauty and how beauty plays itself out in our world and in our interrelationships with nature and with each other. And so, yeah, that's and the idea of the relationship between, like you were talking about our human relationships, and how we. I think one of the bottom lines for me is that that's what it's all about. Alfie, to quote a movie title. So yes.
I think you made me think, Ed, about something. I was having a conversation recently about how I did not grow up an academic. This was not something that many of my colleagues were reading books early on in life and thinking about theologians, and even in master's programs, you mentioned being kind of indoctrinated into systematic theology. And even though by the time I started to get to my MDiv, where I was a student of Molly's, I was being introduced to not just some of these theologians, but also the first time I was introduced to liberation theology was by Dr. David Goatley at Central in my master's program. And I mention this because I was always an athlete, and I was always thinking about life through that lens or other lenses. And by the time I started reading theology, gratefully, I was being introduced to more than just systematic theology, if that makes sense. So you made me think of that, because I'm grateful that I'm kind of coming at this or into this world from a different vantage point, perhaps, which has created a lot of imposter syndrome at times and created a lot of angst. But also, I'm grateful for because some of the conversations that I'm involved in, or some of the ways that I'm, inviting students to look at things, are not just informed by traditional academic sources, which fits well at United because this is an integrative and disruptive place, and I don't think I could survive any other kind of place than that. And it kind of leads to the next question, a little bit of what we're talking about in terms of commitments. But I'm curious if you can name one or two things that you were and are passionate about in your teaching at United or otherwise.
Well, I really had a lot of commitment to the course that I developed and taught, teaching in a urban neighborhood, the Lindale neighborhood, Minneapolis. It was a course that I attempted to encourage students to go into a community and to read the context of that community and to out of that context to begin to construct a theological understanding of what their experience was. I'm not sure it was always successful. It was a bit messy when you get down and you're trying to wed that practical work with theoretical understandings. Then, but it was a passion of mine to make that to develop that course. I think I rewrote it every year I taught it because I didn't think I ever got it quite right. The other thing were the immersion trips that I took students on. I saw students really transformed by those experiences, and it just did my heart good to see that happen. I was transformed to a great degree by those experiences. We took, on several occasions, I took students to Nicaragua and to Guatemala, and we lived in the homes of people there. We studied their culture, their context, their religious experience, their aesthetics. We just a series of interviews with people and talking with people in the community. And then I took a group of students one summer to Northern Michigan, an immersion experience in Northern Michigan. To look at, it was a course on small church ministry, and to see what was going on there in Northern Michigan when they were trying to deal with some of the issues that one of the participants in the group here mentioned a while ago of small communities that were having difficulty finding, developing ministry for their churches. So those two things, I think, the things that really kind of caught my passion while I was at United. And I still think that they're important to us.
No, I appreciate you mentioning the immersion trips, especially because it reminds me that I can't not mention that, even while being exposed to revolutionary thinkers, I went on a trip with Molly and folks at Central to Myanmar just after my first semester in seminary back in 2009, 2010. And we had the opportunity to learn in another place, in another culture, to hear questions and see how people were wrestling with, in a place that is predominantly Buddhist, how can one be kind of Christian and Buddhist, right? These are some really disruptive, traditionally disruptive kind of questions that are being asked, but this opened me up early on. And then in my PhD, going to Cuba and studying, post-colonial theology and learning about Santeria and learning about the different political ways people were trying to practice religions that they subscribe to. And so that has been really important to me personally as a student. But as I think about some of the passions I have in terms of the classroom, and my students will attest to this, one is cultivating class as a play space. And by that, I mean a space that is where there's a unique kind of suspension of the typical rules and really kind of charade by which we have to relate to each other. And this opportunity to be stretched and to grow and to be able to engage imagination in ways that only can be in spaces of play. I think about my daughter when she is playing make believe or whatever she's doing, and how in a way she's kind of rehearsing for everyday life, and also how that space that she finds and creates to play allows her to explore possibilities that are not otherwise given. You know, when it's time to do this or do that, or Ella, come on, sit down, or stand up, or let's eat, or, you know, all this stuff that we have to think about. And so, you know, I work hard to cultivate that kind of space in classrooms so that students know that there's a freedom to explore ideas you may have not ever explored before, ideas that might even be not particularly welcome in the tradition that you're coming from, but you're curious about. You know, this is an opportunity that we have that is like no other in the classroom. I do think that there's an alchemy that happens. There's a literal magic that I would make a neuroscientific argument on behalf of that happens in the classroom. And also, I think the other thing that's really important to me is centering the local expertise of students for the sake of this kind of idea clash, not necessarily a clash, but really a kind of exchange of ideas that are grounded in the expertise that students bring to the classroom, so that we can learn with and from each other, not in this kind of traditional, I'm going to lecture to you and you're going to receive all. No, I don't think that learning happens that way. So I appreciate being able to learn with and from students, and to really design classes in a way that pulls the expertise of students out, even if they don't know it's there. And that's the stuff that we get to dance around with and learn from.
Wow. Wow. I really appreciate that. That's amazing.
Thank you.
Well, what do you what do you think is the most pressing need in your field today?
I think both in my field, I guess, and as I look at, you know, when think about society or with my concerns about social transformation, the thing that comes to my mind is the reality of racism. From a pastoral theological perspective, which asks questions about, you know, care and attention to the person and communities, and how do we heal, but also more contemporary concerns and questions within pastoral theology that have moved beyond just a kind of strictly therapeutic way of understanding healing to recognizing that structural realities are many of the things that are creating the need for healing in the first place. And so we have to be as revolutionary as we are specific to therapies. But I think with that is still what I see as a oftentimes failed attempt to understand the nature of racism in America. And this need to not only pay attention to it as a thing, but to really complexify our understanding of it, to recognize how it plays out on relational, systemic, cultural, and structural levels, even down to the level of intuition and emotion.
Right.
And how it is held in place by the ways that we perform in relation to each other that holds it in place. So for me, this is the most pressing concern that I have as a scholar, and really not just racism, but understanding these realities, these political oppressions in the ways that they play out, right? For their interworking, not just this kind of high-level theoretical understanding, but to be able to see it when it happens and to understand the productive nature of these embodiments that we often do second nature.
Yeah.
And so it's, you know, it's trying to say yes for all the kind of activist energy that we're putting into this. Let's also make sure that we understand the nature of this thing that we're talking about, so that we can really move disruptively in relation to it.
You make me want to come out of retirement, Gary.
Come on, let's have some conversations. How about you? What is the way I ask students, the thing that keeps you up at night and gets you up in the morning when it comes to concerns?
Well, when I was at United, I think the work that Lance Barker and I did was really important. We did a research on how churches were dealing with what one of our members of our group here said a moment ago, with the declining communities and consequently declining religious capital in those communities. And we spent 2 years doing that research, and then produced a book as a result of it. A lot of the book, our research is out of date now. That was 25 years ago. Oh my God! but the issue remains, and it's. I'm sure it's worse than it was when we were doing that work. The issue of how we help these communities who no longer have a religious presence, or these churches that have declined to such an extent they can no longer afford educated ministry as we educate people to do ministry. How are we going to deal with that? And I don't think we've so far that we've been able to address that issue. One of the things I've done in my own church, and contiguous with that, in relationship to that issue, is the fact that we have not in the Protestant church been able to tap the vast resources of that we have in our congregations. People with gifts and talents for ministry. As one of the things I've done in my own church is to develop a 2-year preaching course that we use to prepare people in the congregation to be authorized preachers. And we now have 5 locally authorized preachers in our church who preach regularly. The congregation loves it. It's their gifts were in this area. We called them out from the congregation and provided some, and they continue. They meet regularly and they read and they discuss the sermons they're preaching and preached, and it had and I did it of course in collaboration with our pastor, and she met with them regularly, and it formed kind of a cohort of preachers, including herself, that preached regularly in our church.
Awesome. That's awesome. I'm wondering maybe we can do one more question and then open up for Q&A. Do we have until noon-ish? Okay. Well, Ed, the last question I would add, which is I think probably the most important, is how have you been changed by your students?
Oh my gosh. It might be easier to answer how was I not changed.
Yeah.
My students were part of that UTS theological community that I referred to earlier. And that the whole experience of being in that community was literally life-changing for me. But the students, to borrow again a little bit from Niebuhr, they brought their own histories to the conversation table. And in that conversation, we were all changed. It was an amazing experience, and I just had I love being at United. It wasn't without its difficulties at times, and certainly not without its conflicts. But it was a good place to live out my profession. And the students had so much to do with it. They came from every walk of life, and they brought all of that with them, to that conversation, give and take table. They brought their affirmations. They brought their challenges. They brought their sense of humor. And Judy Bagley Bonner, if you're there somewhere, I refer especially to you, but also many others. They brought their friendships, and so many friendships, and I have so many that have continued over 25 years now, some maybe even 30 years, that I still connect with and appreciate, and they're part of my life as a result.
I would have to echo that. Not only the histories that you mentioned students bringing, but the variety of identities and intersecting identities students bring from a queer standpoint, from a racial standpoint, from an interreligious standpoint. These are commitments that I have had in terms of how I want to relate to the world. But before you are in a space where you get to be in relationship with people who are different from you, or I'm speaking to people who are different from me, those commitments really kind of live in a theoretical place. Mm-hmm. It gets to materialize when you are in that shared space and you get to practice these commitments and be stretched by these other ideas and perspectives. And that's when it gets real. And so I would say that students at United have helped to materialize the commitments that I thought I had, but really have made them even more real in the sense of how people who are different from one another can and should live in relation to each other and stretch each other in really, really helpful ways. And then the way I think about spirit, this is a specific example, but from Theology for Social Transformation, the papers that I get to read after having invited students to think about and articulate what their theological beliefs are in relation to the work of transformation, I am continually floored by the analysis and theologies of spirit, so much so that it has invited me to rethink how I think about spirit in really, really fun and curious ways right now. So yeah, I'm grateful for being able to walk with these students.
That's great. That's great.
So we have some time for questions, a few minutes. Do we have,
well, thank you for your presentation. I like the contrast of a white beard and white hair on top and black hair on the other side, and different size and shape and so forth. It's really a great way to teach just by being an example, just watching you in action. So I'm indebted to a person named Julie Cameron, an artist who wrote about a magic bird called I Magic Nation. So having an I Magic Nativity to me is what you triggered looking at your two nativities that you came to. So I'm really a fan of the 12 tribes of Israel. I'm a fan of the 12 disciples of Jesus. I'm a fan of 12 eggs from Cub grocery store where you can get white eggs and brown eggs. And they don't mix them. You have to either get a 12 white or 12 brown. And I'm a little partial to white eggs because I grew up in Iowa and we just had white eggs, no brown eggs. If there was brown on it, you didn't want them, you know. So anyway, you threw me right back into my seminary days where I liked Old Testament and New Testament. I actually got a PhD, and I tell my students, PhD means you pile it higher and go deeper. And it's just wisdom of the farm that you learn about real things and animals. Anyways, this is a unique congregation facility here. I haven't been in this building ever before. Had a heck of a time finding it. It's my first time here. And it triggered in my mind, I liked the 39 books of the Old Testament and the 27 books in the New Testament. My dad only had one book. Only it had 66 books in it. So he would sit around and read his one book. I got about 3,000 books trying to catch up with his one book. It's an amazing contrast in age. So anyway, I used to have to stop at the Phillips gas station, Phillips 66, because I think you could read your 66 books, get gassed up to keep going in the Phillips 66 gas station. Anyway, I just wanted to give you a metaphor of where my brain is. I often see the big picture, drive my wife crazy because she's a small picture person, and we have arguments about big picture and small picture. Anyway, I'll stop. That's enough for now. Thanks again for your presentation.
Thank you.
Chris Smith. Dr. Green, I am listening to your language carefully, and it is new language, and for me, that's very exciting and disruptive. I don't use that in my, I think I might, but it's a very powerful word, just as an example. I think, I don't have a question, I just have two things in my life experience that I feel the theological community has not taken up as serious and important things, and I mean this with all my heart. One is how many people live with chronic illness. I do, and it has changed my whole life. The most dramatic, needing to retire early from here, but it's daily, it's everything. I mean, talk about everything. It has changed everything, all my relationships, how I live, how I sleep, how much I sleep. I mean, just on and on and on. And it would be so helpful to read some theologians reflect on what it means to live with chronic illness. That's the best. It doesn't have to be narrowed, but just illness, because there are just so many people. And the second one is equally important and serious, which is I do not find nurturing and stretching theological books, articles, whatever form it comes, about our relationship to animals. And really, it's not even our relationship always, it's animals. Why don't we talk about a world, I'm aware, as much as I appreciate it, that even in this space, it's been human to human, human to human, human to human. Are we ever gonna start talking about human to animals? Animals to us. I said to somebody at the break, I think this is a bit exaggerated, but I also believe it, that when I die, and I'm on my deathbed, I really believe with all my heart that the best thing I will have done with my life is to share my daily life with 6 dogs. I truly think I will feel that at the end of my life. That's significant. And I want to see some writing about that. I'd like to do writing about both those things, but I feel so isolated, I don't know where to begin, but you've stimulated me. And hi, Ed.
Hi. Martin Buber does speak to that issue. And one of the things that I like, excuse me.
It's true.
Yes, and both our relationship to animals and our relationship to nature. And that's one of the things that really draws me to him. And I agree with you about the role of animals in our lives. When I was before I retired and my kids were growing up, we had animals in the house, but they were my kids' animals and I didn't connect much with them. But after we retired, we got a little dog that, he became a part of our lives. It was like, sewn into our lives. And when he passed, it just broke my heart. And I agree with you. That is a significant kind of relationship.
I met him, and when Claudia had him in the
No
one can hear you, Chris, without the mic.
I can't hear.
One more question.
Real quickly, I would also recommend the work of Dr. Melanie Harris and Eco-Womanism as well, as a scholar who is taking this up and opening up conversations.
We have one last question.
I graduated from seminary in '59, took a course called Prophets. Do the 8th century prophets in Israel have anything to say to today?
You want to go ahead, Ed?
I think so. When I was a preacher, I went to the 8th century prophets regularly. Now, I don't preach anymore, but I think their call to justice and to living a life that is lived in justice relationships is as appropriate today as it was when I was preaching, and of course many centuries before that.
I would say emphatically yes as well, and not just the message of the prophets, but also the means by which they made there's a comedic element to some of the prophets that also should be part of our appreciation of how they were delivering truth.
Ed and Gary, this is a wonderful, wonderful exchange, and we have loved your generosity of spirit and wisdom in offering this. To Dr. Smith, theologians have talked a great deal about dogs. C.S. Lewis and Karl Barth and others, cats not so much. And a brand new book by Elizabeth Johnson, Talk to the Beasts, is a very fine feminist rendering of this. Well, you are invited to lunch. We can pick it up here and you can just spill around the building, and we will return here at 1, and those who are on Zoom get some lunch too. And we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay, friends on Zoom.
Okay, welcome back. Hope you had a wonderful lunch. Glad to see you all here. Great. So I am Dr. Justin Sabia-Tanis, Director of the Social Transformation Program here. And it is my honor and pleasure to introduce Reverend Dr. Wilson Yates and Dr. Jennifer Oz Freeman. So their bios are in your program, and what can I add when I'm introducing someone like Dr. Yates, who holds not one, but 2 emeriti titles at United? I don't know if that makes him a double emeritus or emeritus squared. I was also asked to correct the program and note that he joined the faculty in 1967, not 1976, in the early years of United, where he has served not only as a faculty member, but as dean and as president. Dr. Oz Freeman, in addition to being my fabulous office mate, directs the Theology and the Arts program here. Both of them have a wide-ranging interest in the arts, including theater, the visual arts, literature, and music. In the last session, Dr. Martin talked about beauty, but by contrast, Cindy Beth assures me that these two share an interest in the grotesque, such as the art of Francis Bacon, as well as the knowledge of the medieval mystics. So you have a little idea of the wide range of knowledge and topics these two might cover today. So please take it away, Dr. Yates and Dr. Oz Freeman.
Thank you. I don't know if I maybe need to hold it. So, Dr. Yates, I wonder if you might start us off by talking about theology and the arts at United. What is it? Why is it? How did it come to be, and why should we talk about it?
Well,
we're going to start simple, in other words.
She'll join me in this. You realize once I was the document for this program, and there were no footnotes, and then I'm now the footnote, and she's the document. And there are other people involved also. Cindy Beth was a crucial figure in this whole program. Well, let me just comment very briefly on this institution and the arts. Jean J. Berg was the first faculty member who really helped the seminary integrate the arts, at least in terms of film and in terms of video, which was new at the time. And in many ways, he was a loner and a groundbreaker in terms of what he was doing relative to the profession at large. And then there were other members of the faculty who readily used poetry, used story, used a painting, used dance. What that said was that the institution itself, by virtue of primarily the faculty for the moment, was receptive to the arts. You did not have to fight any battles to get them accepted and I will say integrated, though that was a more complex piece of the story. I was asked to do a study on the arts and theological education, and the study finally dealt with 134 theological schools, Catholic, Orthodox, Evangelical, mainline, and what they were doing with the arts. Now, as you probably can imagine, the visual image was highest in Roman Catholicism, and music was highest in Protestantism. And then you had the word arts, poetry, and obviously story, and so forth. What we discovered, though, was that there was not a great deal of established, integrated attention, except with music, with a large number of the schools. That study became important for seminaries to make the case that we want this to be broader. Now, there had been a chapter in theological schools. Tom Driver at Union was a leader in that, that focused on drama. And it was very powerful in the 50s and into the 60s, which was a high point for theater in this society. But that waned somewhat. It did give opportunity for the visual arts to have their day. And so theology and the arts became a reality in this institution. Now, I would like to make a comment about that became a reality. It's not a reality that finally matters until it is integrated into the institution's curriculum, into the institution's programs, and into the imagination of the Board of Trustees and other people. That happens slowly. At this point in the history, the beginning point after Jean, there were three of us: Jean, Mary Bednarowski, and me, and who were primarily focused on teaching. And indeed, we taught an introductory course. So one thing that was needed to have a program were courses. A second aspect was some kind of programs which would extend out of the classroom, and particularly to the public, and particularly to churches. And there was further the role that was played by foundations. We were able to get Lilly and Luce and some other foundations to fund us. This funding was in six figures. It allowed us to do some things. What were the things, so to speak? One was the creation of arts. That started out as almost a news sheet, but it quickly became a small journal. And it now is a more formal journal and still exists after all these years. It was founded in the 1980s. A second element was that was the program itself, the program in religion and the arts, that had various kinds of events, and then there were courses. All of which is to say that we developed courses and programs, and we developed ancillary events, but finally, they mattered only insofar as they were institutionalized as a part of the established reality of the school itself. Well now, theology and the arts, what are we talking about? I'll take a first cut on that. It's interdisciplinary. It's theology and the arts and the theological disciplines, history, preaching, Christian education, liturgical studies, ministry studies, ethics. All of the theological disciplines can have the conversation with the arts. And in this institution, for the most part, they did. On the other side, there were disciplines such as aesthetics, coming out of philosophy. There was critical theory, there was architectural theory, there was a whole host of understandings of particular art forms. And above all, there was the artist. So the conversation, the relationship, the role that created the integration of theology and the arts began to take place at a level in which it had some security, and it had some presence as an approach, as one of the theological interests of the school. Now, during this time, I developed, but others also developed, various roles that the arts played. And without describing them, let me just acknowledge them. The arts played a crucial role in worship and liturgy, and that's not difficult to see. You walk into a building that has architectural form. You go to liturgical space that's been designed. You have the fabric arts. You have the glass arts. You have music, which is sung and which is listened to. You have stories from the Gospels that are preached, from the prophets above all, which are preached, and you have poetry from the Psalms and other aspects. All of the arts. Dance, yes, dance. Just think of the rudiments the rudimental movement that we do in church. We bow our heads, we fold our hands, we stand, and we are in the rudiments of a dance. And so all of the arts are there in worship, in the liturgical moment in the life of the people. The second role that was played was in the history of the church, and that history often focused on images, and that's been the exciting part of this discussion in the last couple of decades. And this is a book that's written by my colleague on my left called The Good Shepherd: Image, Meaning, and Power. She is a historian as well as a theologian, and this book reflects what comes out of the theologian as historian, looking at, describing, making sense of the arts. We had the arts as a source of religious questions, existential questions. I always love how reporters have just discovered existential issues. Everything is an existential issue. And you want to give them a little lecture about existentialism and so forth and so on, but you don't. But nevertheless, existential questions about what? About matters pertaining to birth and death, to order and chaos, to love and to hate, and to possibility, hope, and limitations. Those are the questions that emerge in all of us. And so the arts play a role in helping us explore those religious questions, if you will. A further role is that of the prophetic. And Paul Tillich acknowledged that the prophetic could be summarily stated by speaking of the divine no and the divine yes. The divine no is when the prophet in the Old Testament in the 8th century says no, no to the injustice, no to what is taking place, but holds out the possibility of a divine yes coming in. It's important that Amos pronounced no, but then pointed to the possibility of community. So the prophetic role is crucial, and particularly crucial in our own time. And then there is a role in which I suggest that art plays that's sacramental. You could say it has to do with the religious life in terms of our experience of the divine, of grace, of redemption, of hope. And then the final role is the role in which a new age is envisioned. And that new age is what the church ideally, hopefully, holds out. And art is a means of performing that. I can give one illustration about the new age. There is a painting called Exposition Number 5 by Kandinsky at the MIA. What he's done is go to the book of Revelation, and he has a relatively abstract Christ figure standing with people kneeling before him, and then the horses jumping the river over here. And it is Kandinsky. There is this marvelous use of color and use of forms that are almost shadowed, almost suggested as much as offered as a reality. Now, I had 2 students come up. Everyone had to do a paper on an artist. And one came up and said, I want to do the Kandinsky piece because it's so powerful. It's so meaningful. I come back to it. And the other student came up later and said, I want to do it because I hate that work. And I want to know why. And so they did their paper. But the point was Kandinsky shook them both. And I must stop shaking under my colleague to talk about theology and the arts. I'm sorry to go on so long.
No, you've got us off to a smashing start. Thank you, Wilson. And I think that I think it'd be a good time. Maybe I'll use that handoff as a way I can talk about some of the scholars that have informed me, because it comes out of a lot of the things that you were just sharing. And as we were discussing right before we started here, Robin Jensen, now at the University of Notre Dame, is my mentor and professor in my PhD program at Vanderbilt. But even before I studied with Robin, she was one of the most formative art historians for me, because somebody who, I came to theology and the arts first as an artist, in painting and drawing, in some sculptural and installation stuff, and through theater, before I went to graduate school, and always struggled in my master's program between feeling kind of, I guess, strung between art history and theology as disciplines, and trying to figure out or trying to find a program that could do both of them. I wasn't as familiar, irony of irony is that I'm here now, I guess. But I encountered Robin's work and saw, here's someone who's taking art history very seriously, but also theology very seriously, and theological texts and history, and bringing them into conversation. As opposed to often when I talk to either theologians or art historians about what I wanted to do, they would say, oh, that's very interesting. I don't know that it can really help you do it. So Robin was really important for me in that sense. One of the most informative theologians for me is a 6th century, probably Syrian monk known as Pseudo-Dionysius, who's an apophatic, was referred to as an apophatic or negative theologian. Yeah, any Pseudo-Dionysius fans here tonight? Great. If you're not, let me make a commercial for you later and I can send you some texts. But what intrigues me, what resonates with me in both a personal and a professional, or as a historian of Christian history, is this apophatic, and it's never just apophatic or never just negative, but what is wrapped up in that is the conviction that God is so totally other, so completely beyond human language, that it's not sufficient to just talk about God as light, for example, or even goodness, which is kind of a provocative thing, right? Because when we do that, we fall into the trap of thinking we have comprehended the divine being. In other words, we become idolatrous, arguably. And so instead, if we're going to talk about God as light, we need to talk about God as darkness. We need to ascend, as Pseudo-Dionysius offers for us, unto Mount Sinai, into this cloud of unknowing, where we encounter the divine, right, and move beyond language and human limitations. We're discussing such simple things.
Right.
So this for me is, I think that I make connections to that and images of, say, in my tradition, Jesus. We need as many images as possible, actually. We need a cacophony of images so that those limitations can be exposed and it can collapse and kind of give way. So this kind of like abundance of imagery and language, which I think we can make connections to interreligious dialogue as well. My third person that was really influential for me, a bit more niche in this context, is the art historian Michael Camille. He was a medieval art historian who died too young, in his 40s, from brain cancer. But he wrote a great book called Image on the Edge, another book called The Gothic Idol. And he was working in the 1990s on a multi-volume work on depictions of homosexuality in the Middle Ages, and unfortunately wasn't able to complete that work. For me, he has an article called Obscenity Under Erasure, where he talks about these erasures of naughty images in medieval manuscripts, and basically this performative piety that you find there. What was really captivating for me in that, in both my dissertation research, but then I'd like to connect to this apophaticism, was the idea that this viewer, by scraping away part of the image and not painting over the offensive image, but maybe scratching out eyes or cutting something out and then leaving the evidence of that destruction, is through that negation actually asserting a new argument, right? Leaving behind a visual argument. That was very relevant for my dissertation, which you can find as a published book now out in the case on the Aeschbury and Pentateuch. But I also think of that as being theologically and culturally relevant. Most prominently, we can see in the tearing down of public monuments in the Black Lives Matter movement, right? Those removals, those public removals and destruction of images is not just wiping something away, but in those partially destroyed monuments or bases that are left behind is making a new argument. So I'll stop there, maybe.
Well, there are lots of theologians that shape any one of us. The three that had the most influence for me was Reinhold Niebuhr on the ethics side. Most important for Niebuhr and my work with Niebuhr was that he reintroduced to American theology an understanding of human evil, an understanding of human sinfulness. And once having done that, we had to grapple with what basically American liberalism had managed to cut out. So his focus on evil, his creation of what he called Christian realism was very attractive. But the two other figures were James Luther Adams. Do we have any Unitarian Universalists here? All right. James Luther Adams was the most important UU theologian of the 20th century, and I do not say that advisedly. He was a marvelous human being to work with. Rather than being a theologian who could teach theology, he embodied the theology. And so there I was, a young student, working with this man who was nearing retirement. And very important in terms of what he provided me was an understanding of freedom that had a freshness to it. Indeed, if you can draw from Unitarian Universalism any single ethical concept, I would say it would be an understanding of freedom. And he had an understanding of power that was very positive. And so the question, it can be very positive. The question is, therefore, how do you exercise it? And most of all, however, he said that ideas that are not institutionalized are ideas that flutter in the wind. In other words, if you want to talk about justice, but you don't talk about justice for whom, where, and how, you've had a good conversation, but you have missed the point. How do values, how do concepts, what are their sociological implications, their institutional implications? And that's what I took away from him, among other things. He was my theological father figure. How is that? And then there was Paul Tillich, and you all know enough about Tillich. We don't have to have a mini lecture, but Tillich. Well, let me tell a story. I was at Vanderbilt. I never had him as a teacher, but I was at Vanderbilt, and Tillich came to give one of those multi-lecture events. He lectured over in the psychology department, and he lectured at the art history department, and he had lectured, and the dean had asked me to be his student host. Well, here I was going to be with the great figure, and it's 4 o'clock, and I say, well, now, perhaps you would like to go to a lounge, a very nice lounge, if you'd like to rest. And or I could take you in the car and drive you around Nashville, an old city with lots of interesting areas to explore. And he said, oh, those are such marvelous ideas. But, well, I would really appreciate a pub where we can get a beer. Well, there was indeed a student pub not far from the Divinity School. And so there we went. Well, it wasn't long before we had conversation, and then other students began to gather. And then word gets out, and you know, it was just a moment, just a moment. With Adams, we did this book on the grotesque, and I'd written this essay, which for me is one of the most important essays I ever wrote in terms of my understanding. But I came to him, he had read the essay. Now, he was old, and I had done most of the work, but that was all right. And he said, Wilson, that essay was a splendid essay. And that word echoes down now, how many years later? So those are some figures that, the importance of Tillich is that Tillich actually took the arts seriously. And that's why he's so important to anyone wanting to work with the arts. And he particularly felt that the arts could give us insight into the human condition, and more powerfully, perhaps, than the statistics of the social sciences. Well, maybe we don't have to choose, but we can choose Tillich. So now, we're asked to deal with pressing issues that we need to grapple with if we're going to have theology and the arts as an emphasis, as a reality in seminaries.
Yeah. Well, and I think it's good. I don't think we have to choose. I think you're right between science and humanities, although we're often pitted against each other around pots of money. No. And I was interested in the previous conversation with Dr. Green and Dr. Martin, too. Maybe, again, we don't have to choose between systematic theology and other types of theology, but I am interested, I am noticing maybe something resonating, too, of impulses to move away from systematic theology. And I have all kinds of thoughts about systematic theology that I'll keep to myself for right now. But I think that the arts, broadly understood, gets at some of that as well, and what is also called sometimes like theopoetics, right? Mm-hmm. And this kind of making God, making about God, and so on. So I think what's some of the most pressing issues for the arts, whether we're talking about theology in the arts or the arts broadly in society, is always funding for artists. And I think that for the arts and religious communities, you'll notice that I think churches are becoming more, churches in particular, are waking up to the power of the arts and inviting artists into their communities, but often aren't able to pay them for their work. So I think as communities that are wanting to be just in their contexts and to their people, I invite them to reflect on, yes, it's really important to value the arts and bring the arts into your community. Can you do that in a way that reflects your convictions rather than asking artists to work for free as a expression of their, piety or devotion or whatever, which puts them in or a line on their CV, which is like the worst, I think, thing you can say to an artist. So that's in an individual level, but you've mentioned some, the support of Luce and Lily, which is really important and has done so much great work in the United States to support the arts and religious education. And I think as the current program director, I'm thinking too of, I try to get my students connected to at least advertisings for internships and small project grants and things like that. But the arts are material and physical and require space and time. And so there is this issue of funding. So I was really interested in how you were talking about that idea of institutionalizing something, which I think we've done successfully at United, in that the arts are incorporated into our curriculum. Mm-hmm. They are, embedded into the life of our community, not just through me, but through our students and through my colleagues who incorporate the arts in their teaching and so on.
You mentioned the question of systematic theology and constructive theology. This seminary was built on a foundation of constructive theology. And that relatively young faculty all of one mind, that they would work out of that model rather than the Germanic model of systematics. And I think that was another reason there was such an openness to the arts, because if you are constructing theology, you can bring in what is needed for you to move along, rather than systematic, which is more a received tradition that you can modify, but yet you still are bounded. So that point, I think, on systematic and constructive is important. I would go back to what I said with regard to Adams, and that is that the pressing need in theological education broadly, in a time of great budget limitations, is that the arts remain, in theology and the arts remains institutionalized in the school, which means that it has funding, that it has faculty, that it has students, and it has an interest on the part of the community that is there and not subject to easy alteration. One time I brought, some of you will remember John Dillenberger, and John was in San Francisco, and he came to be one of our speakers. And I was walking John through the old seminary, and he said, I have never seen a seminary, and he had seen dozens upon dozens, that had as much art on the wall. You see, when you look at that work by our artists, right, there is no way of escaping that those two panels will impact you. Like our student, no, I don't like it. Like our student, yes, it is changing my life, but it is there. And so to have the artist put their work on the wall is so crucial. And I'm sure you paid her a lot of money. So institutionalizing, and to repeat what you said, foundation support, which is available if you dig hard enough, both locally in the Twin Cities. Arts funders are here, but also if you go national, if you have an exciting program, we've gotten funding, Molly's gotten funding for exciting programs. That's what is needed in the arts to move the next step. Well, I think that's all I have on that.
Yeah. I think one more thing I would say, to maybe not make it just about money, which sounds reductive, but to connect to our program and to the collaborative work that the faculty and our students are doing. And I guess I'm thinking of, Gary's conversation just before lunch, which is this space of play at United and world building, and the arts, very broadly understood, is an essential tool in doing that kind of imagining of new worlds and creating these spaces. And our students are, I'll seamlessly segue to our last question, which is what we learn from our students. And our students continually inspire me in the work that they're doing because, as you all know, every single United student is different and bring in with with themselves a whole complexity of backgrounds and experiences and interests and passions and questions and concerns. And so when you put all these fine folks together in a classroom, whether it's hybrid or whatever, a lot of exciting things happen. And so we have these collaborations that happen, on campus and across the country because of our distance students. And the way that I think we're equipping students to do that work and to do it even better than they were doing when they came in, and opening up possibilities. We often say that people who come in as artists deepen their theology. People who come in as theologians or pastors often, encounter the arts here and then incorporate that into their own practices and self-care as religious leaders. Yeah.
And I think there's a question that finally must be responded to, and that is the different types of art forms within an art. Obviously, you see this easily with music, classical music, folk music, popular music, and so forth. with the arts, you can have similar divisions. And the importance that we draw upon art that will communicate to a maze of people and not to, what do we call them, the New York elite. And so that's an important facet of this matter. A good classroom, and I've often failed, a good classroom is where, and dealing with the teacher and the students, is where the teacher is taught and the students are taught, and the students teach the teachers and the students. And you know it when it happens. It's that marvelous moment. And it can happen at other levels, but sometimes it's almost an amazing, ecstatic moment. So the students finally are so very crucial if the theology and arts program is to remain.
Yeah, that seems like a good ending with students. Seems like a good place to turn to questions if there are any.
Here's a question.
Good afternoon. Not so much a question as just to emphasize the experience of being a student in the 1980s. And my first elective was a liberation theology class with Bob Bryant. And we're to do a final paper, and I just wasn't coming up with a theological-based thing. I didn't quite know how to approach it, and then I just thought, what I'm really moved to do is write poetry. And so I brought poetry and put a poetry presentation together as my final paper. And it just occurs to me now, Dr. Bryant didn't even bat an eyelash at that. He didn't even stop and say, well, that's not real theology, that's not ethics. But he accepted that. And now I realize, Wilson, it's because of you and others like you who really were integrating, even then in the 80s, certainly, art into the curriculum, and that poetry as a way of theological expression was perfectly welcome. So I passed the class.
So on the chat, Ed is reminding us that Jean Jayberg also directed theater, the first social justice theater at United. But here's the question from Jim Peck. Any thoughts on how art preserves and communicates truth? I think this is going to be a Jennifer question. And how is that role fulfilled in digital media?
Truth, huh? Is it a capital T or a little t? Really important? Okay. How does art preserve truth? Especially in the digital age. Well, gosh, I have all kinds of questions about this as well, because it makes me think about reproductions, which I have as a Orthodox person, where icons are really important, and the writing of icon, like the writing or painting of the act of, is really important in an expression of devotion and prayer. So then, what does it mean when you can buy like a $5 printed copy of an icon? It's accessible, but then there's also a different experience and all those kinds of things. And then likewise with digital media, I also draw digitally on my iPad and have a lot of fun with that. We were just talking in the Arts Lunch this week where we did a little still life session. And I think it was Bridget who said that drawing digitally, you can erase your work so much easier and kind of quickly. And there's some advantage to that, because I draw fast and in a different way than when I'm drawing, say, with pencil on paper. And erasing has like a physical result. You might rip your paper or something like that, right? So I think there's advantages for accessibility and kind of proliferation of images in ways that we might argue for. I think you mentioned the sacramental meaning of images which I think we would tie to like maybe an incarnational theology or the goodness of creation, the particularity of matter and the goodness of material things, the experience of smelling, oil paint or whatever the thing is. So I guess I would acknowledge that. And now I'm just like verbally processing. But I would acknowledge that something is lost when you're working digitally. But I still find there to be something compelling and I guess inevitable because we are in a digital age. The question about, we would need to sit down and talk about what's truth, like Pilate says. Just enroll in my class and I'll tell you what truth is.
But I can tag on to that, preserving the truth. Now, this is a little different take, but I wanted to write an article in which I take Michelangelo and I say Michelangelo expressed in as profound a way as can be expressed, late Renaissance Catholic spirituality. And then I want to say Rembrandt expressed, as well as could have been expressed, early Protestant spirituality. And now I think that they don't stop doing that. They embody that, and we preserve that, indeed preserve it digitally. So I'm not sure what's meant by preserving the truth, but we have artists who have given us some glimmer, some glimpse of truth, and we preserve them because we can return to them.
And two things from what you're saying. One, when I think of truth, I think of a process of maybe recognition or an experience of recognition. So like poetry does this, where you read an incredible poem, say by Billy Collins, and you recognize the poet or the artist has articulated something that you yourself have experienced but have not yet put words to. And so I would see that as a little t or capital T, but we'll say little t, truth. The other not related issue with digitization is, speaking as a medievalist, where we have these precious manuscripts that are digitized, which renders them both more accessible and less accessible at the same time. They're more accessible in that anybody can access them on the library website. You can zoom in and see them in higher quality than you can when you see them in person, depending on your eyesight. They're less accessible in the sense that when you go to the BNF in Paris and say, can I see this manuscript? They'll say, it's digitized, it's a precious manuscript, you need to have a really good reason to see the physical copy. So there's something that happens with digitization that is complicated.
May I say one more thing? 13 seconds. Before there was Mary Bednarowski and Wilson Yates and Jennifer and Clyde Steckel and a few others who dealt with the arts, there was Jean Jayberg. And Jean Jayberg created a drama program that was held at the time in an area of the seminary. It was reviewed by the drama critics of both the Star and by the Pioneer Press. And it, in a way, really put us on the map. All that follows is footnote.
Great. Please join me in thanking our... And now I'm going to hand the baton off to our dean, Kyle Roberts.
Isn't this just a wonderful conversation so far? And now I will very briefly introduce our next speakers. What happens when a liberal feminist Catholic and a religious naturalist, Unitarian Universalist, there I said it, walk into a bar? No, I don't know. This
coffee shop.
Coffee shop. This is what you get, and this is a wonderful conversation we're about to have as well. I can't think of two people in the history of United, from my perception, which is very limited, but who have had such an indelible mark on United over these many years. Well, there's also Wilson Yates, who we've also just listened to, and Jennifer Freeman, and Gary Green and Ed Martin. So there we go. But let's have a wonderful conversation about religion, religious studies, the MA. I don't know. You talk what you want to talk about. But let's welcome our next speakers, Dr. Mary Bednarowski, Dr. Demian Wheeler.
Should we grab our microphone? Yeah, why don't we grab the mics? Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. It's an honor to be with you today. And let me just say, it's an honor to be with my predecessor in religious theology and religious studies at United, Dr. Mary Bednarowski. I truly stand on the shoulders of giants, and I am immensely grateful to be here with you today, engaged in this conversation. I will say,
that feeling is mutual.
Well, I know. This is going to be a big love fest, so...
Why not?
Yeah, Mary's going to read her review of my book. No. I do want to point out, my students are here. Some of my students are here. You need to read works of your former professors at United. I highly recommend some of Mary's amazing work, an exceptional writer, Religious Imagination of American Women, and a really interesting book on new religious movements. This one might end up on my What is Religion syllabus next time around. So
what a guy.
I recommend these books to you. You could pay me later for that. All right, so we're just going to go with the same questions, or at least 3 of the questions, and we'll just talk about each of these questions in turn. So I'm going to ask Mary the first question, which is, what are the 2 or 3 scholars that have most influenced your work?
You made me a little nervous. Is that a script?
It's not a script. It's
Okay.
just prompts, so I
Okay.
don't
Okay, because I have some
ramble.
I have some sheets of yellow paper in my purse if I need them. Demian and I met last week in a coffee shop, and we had a preliminary conversation. And we talked about how different we are in a variety of ways. Demian could be my child. We are 2 very different generations, very different religious backgrounds. And yet, we seem to be drawn to the same kinds of theologians. And I would say that at this point in my life, I'm a Catholic naturalist. I'm probably an A-theist, Catholic naturalist, but a very Catholic, etc., etc., profoundly shaped by that tradition. So one of the things we discovered was that we were both immensely influenced by Gordon Kaufman. And for me, I tend to be influenced not by long systematic theologies or detail. I'm kind of a theme sort of person, or a pivotal insight, or a set of themes, or a typology. But his understandings, as they unfolded over his own life, of theology as imaginative construction, I can't tell you how powerful that was for me, how it opened up the ways I did scholarship, the ways I taught, the ways I thought about my very intense upbringing, 20 years in Catholic institutions of various kinds. It gave me a distance, which is what I needed. I had so much raw material, but probably not enough critical distance on it. And Gordon Kaufman gave me a way, as did somebody like Peter Berger and the Sacred Canopy, a way to just stand back and understand it all differently. So I'm going to turn to you, Demian, and I'm going to ask you to tell us a little bit about your own background, which is different from mine, and why Gordon Kaufman has been so important to you.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah. In terms of my background, I was explaining this to Mary last week over coffee. I grew up in a very secular home. My parents are two hippies, both teachers, both spiritual but not religious. And so I didn't grow up in the church, but when I was a teenager, I had a born-again experience, which led me into the Assemblies of God. And I will not give you the details of how I ended up there, but I ended up in the Assemblies of God, and which eventually led me to go to Bible college. And then, in Bible college, they, invited you to like read books and stuff. And so I started, being that guy, raising questions and questioning the things that my professors were teaching. And that began a real slow journey leftward theologically that has led me to this path. I am now an A-theist, religious naturalist of the Protestant sort.
I think you're a crypto-Catholic.
You might be right. You might be right. But yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Not all of you.
Yes.
No.
I'm a double belonger, as it were. No.
I like that.
But as far as Gordon Kaufman is concerned, you would think we conspired to talk about Gordon Kaufman together. We did not. I, too, have been heavily influenced by Kaufman. I first learned of Kaufman's work from my teacher, Sheila Devaney, with whom I studied at the Isle School of Theology. Gordon was her doctor father, and said, oh, you read my book, now it's time to read this book. And she handed me In Face of Mystery, which is Kaufman's magnum opus, a brilliant text published in '93. You ought to buy it. I made the mistake of assigning that book the first time I taught constructive theology. Oh, I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Because some people are like, what the heck is this? But I was very taken by Gordon Kaufman for a number of reasons. One, he's a pragmatic theologian, right? So he does theology in a way that's responsive to real human problems. What does it mean to do theology in an age in which we can blow ourselves up? What does it mean to do theology in an age in which the ecological foundations of our lives are under threat? What does it mean to do theology in an age of religious pluralism, right, and increasing scientific understanding? So I always appreciated sort of this pragmatic approach to theology, paying attention to the issues, the very practical issues and problems that we face today as a species and a culture, and doing theology in a way that's responsive to that. But Mary, it was that sentence in the beginning of In Face of Mystery. Theology is and always has been an activity of human imaginative construction. That sentence changed my life. It's been my mantra ever since. It's a profound insight, I think, because it keeps us humble about the fallibility of our theological claims, the humanness of our theological claims, right? And when you recognize that theology is imaginative construction, it becomes an invitation to be intentionally constructive in one's approach to theology. And so what Kaufman did is he devotes his entire career to reconstructing the symbols and the mythic world picture of Christianity in new and I think very powerful ways. Towards the end of his career, he began experimenting with the metaphor of God as serendipitous creativity, or as he later came to put it, creativity itself. So I was always deeply inspired by that. So why was Kaufman convinced that theology is an activity of human construction? Well, One reason was he was a neo-Kantian historian.
You do have a script.
Well, I will not. I'm not trying not to read from the script, but only for these first couple parts. In other words, when I say that, Kaufman, who was a kind of Kantian, and he thought that human beings never know things in themselves, right? Human beings construct the objects of our knowledge to a large extent. And he kind of framed that.
As Berger would say, we've constructed them.
Yeah.
And then they bounce back at us.
That's right.
Absolute.
Yes. So those in our What is Religion class, we will be reading that exact book next week.
I noticed that on your syllabus.
Yes, yes. But so there's sort of the constructivist element, but the other reason Kaufman was convinced that theology is ultimately a constructive, human, imaginative enterprise is that he was kind of a mystic at heart. He believed that the object we seek, that we quest after, is utter, ineffable mystery. And it's precisely because God is mystery that we ought to keep clear the distinction between our human constructions of God and God. And when we're not clear about that, that's what, Western traditions call idolatry. So I've always been super compelled by his constructivism, how it's rooted in a kind of historicism, but also rooted in a deep kind of mystical sensibility.
Well, I could say ditto. That would sound a little flip. But, that sense of mystery, ineffable mystery, I grew up surrounded by a worldview that, I didn't exist outside it. I had no critical distance on it. But it was a world of ineffable mystery. So when I read on page 7 in Roman numerals of the introduction to In Face of Mystery, which I bought in 1993 when it came out, we're really giving Gordon Kaufman a run for his money here, but he deserves it.
He does deserve it.
His first conviction of 4 was that he had a profound sense of mystery, and I just cottoned right onto that. I'll say just one more thing about Kaufman and how he helped me, because I came late to the kind of theological education that everyone receives at United Seminary. While I was teaching, I was getting a new kind of theological education. I hope that wasn't totally clear to everyone who thought I knew what I was talking about, because I was scared a lot at the time. But that way of looking at things gave me a way to do the kind of scholarship I was doing. So when I was writing that book about new religious movements in the 19th and in the 19th and 20th centuries, all of which were in the 80s considered pretty fishy. Mormonism, Christian Science, and the Unification Church in the 20th century, Theosophy, religions that most people in mainline churches, including Catholicism, said there's something wrong with they're wrong or they're nuts, or there wasn't much critical response to them. Like, why are they constructing these theologies in response to what cultural and existential questions that they are not hearing adequate responses to in secular culture or in other religious traditions? What's going on here theologically? And boy, I sat at my desk and thought, I have all this material. I think it's important and interesting. I just can't get an angle on it because I don't want to denounce it and I don't want to promote it. And here's Gordon Kaufman. Imaginative construction. What is fostering the theological imagination among these communities of people? So same thing for religious themes among American women theologians. What's prompting those new imaginings what's prompting women, and I'm going to sooner or later say a lot about women theological thinkers. I have things written on my hand.
Okay, yeah.
But I think women, and women of my generation for whom the recognition that the church and the second sex, that recognition was so shocking, even though it was obvious. We'd lived our lives out of it, and then someone put words to it, like Mary Daly. It was so shocking and then so enraging, and I still have some of that I'd kind of like to, I'm not going to, get rid of before I die. It's in there, given my age. But I think I'm moving toward a point here, and this is it. When people of a variety of racial, bodily manifestations that the general populace doesn't cotton on to, say, is there anything left? Given what religion and who religion has told us we are, when the worst is said that we can think of, then what? Is there anything left? And I think all of these unfolding, creative, dynamic, disrupting theologies come out of answers, responses to that question. Is there anything left worth talking about? And for me, Kaufman helped me to ask that question, or to catch on to what I think was happening and is happening, and has to be happening. I'm getting a little wound up here. Your turn.
No, that's great. That's great. I mean, do you want to talk about some of the feminist thinkers who have shaped you and who have influenced you over the years?
Oh, I'm going to give you a turn now, but then I'll talk about that later.
Okay.
We're sharing.
Yes. Well, we were asked by CB to do 2 to 3 thinkers, and which is obviously very difficult. But another big person for me was Sally McFaig.
And I love that.
Yeah. You said extra credit for naming a feminist theologian. But the truth is, she's been very central to my own theological work. McFaig, one thing that I felt very, very compelled by was her insight that theology is mostly the elaboration of metaphors. So metaphor takes a prominent place in her theology. And so I cannot think of another theologian, at least on the contemporary scene, who has written so profoundly about the metaphorical nature of our theological convictions. Now, again, it's interesting because this is a postmodern sensibility, right? I mean, she realizes that human beings are embedded within history, that theology is human work, that we theologize from particular social locations and cultural contexts. But like Kaufman, she's also a kind of mystic, and she affirms the metaphorical nature of theology precisely because she thinks that God is an unknowable mystery. She says all theology misses the mark. All theology is mostly fictional, she says. All theology has both an is and an is not quality. And this emerges for her out of a deep mystical sensibility, an iconoclastic sensibility, that all images break against the void, all images break against the divine mystery. But this is something I loved what you said before, Jennifer. Like, she was an iconoclast who emphasized mystery, right, and the metaphorical, hypothetical tentative, partial nature of her theological claims. But that actually led her to be more playful, more theopoetic, more liberative, more constructive and creative in her own theologizing. So much of her work sets out to remythologize Christianity for a nuclear ecological age. And I find some of her own metaphors deeply compelling. She actually reimagined God and experimented with new metaphors, mother, lover, and friend. But I think her most evocative metaphor was her sort of contention that we can imagine the entire world as God's body. So it's a sort of a radical, sort of cosmic extension of the doctrine of the incarnation, where the entire cosmos can be thought of as divine embodiment. Always found that to be a really evocative metaphor. And then, of course, her ecological efforts to extend the insights and the vision of liberation theology, which for her grew out of her commitments to Christian feminism, to the earth itself. She once called the earth the new poor that we have to opt for.
You know what I think is nice about this conversation? I am hanging on your every word. And I know Sally McFaig, and we used metaphorical theology in TR 101. I love that class, and I love teaching it with my colleagues. And it reminds me, no matter how out there somebody thinks a theological image might be, it does not shake my deep conviction of its profundity, of the endless mystery of the divine embodied in all of us, in the world, in a variety of ways, in animals. I one time went to a session at the AAR. I was just kind of tired of the usual stuff, and it was something on theology and animals. Can't remember the specific content. This is probably 20 years ago. And it was the most interesting session I attended at the AAR that year. So I think there is creative work being done on that subject. I'll say a few fast words about some other theologians. And it kind of surprises me that when I was writing my list, I had kind of a big batch, and we swore we wouldn't just list theologians. But now I'm going to.
Well, please do.
No, just a few. I am very, very much attracted moved by what I would call Catholic theologians of a certain age. And that certain age is my age, or thereabouts. A few years older, a few years younger, who had that same, I keep using the word profound, but it's the only one that's adequate for me, profoundly pervasive, shaping in pre-Vatican II theology of presence through music, through Latin. I was thinking Veni Creator Spiritus. I guess it was not quite that, but every morning in my high school, the PA would come on, my girls' high school, and we would sing the hymn in Latin, Veni Creator Spiritus. It's in the bloodstream. I might be able to say Mass in Latin with a little prompting. It's all there. So what do you do with it? And what I have loved about Catholic theologians of a certain age, like Elizabeth Johnson, like Mary Daly, mad as she got about it all, but Elizabeth Schussler Fiorenza, an endless number, Anne Patrick, who taught at Carleton, a nun for many, many years, Sean Copeland, Ada Maria Asasi Diaz, all of them, I think, were answering the question, now what? What's next? How do we go from such a propositional and at the same time mystical tradition, that'll mix you up a little bit. How do we go to a worldview that feels authentic and endlessly unfolding? I think I'm going to quit there. I'm getting, I'm. It's a. I teach. I don't preach. Except when I am. I mean, talk about an identity crisis that united. Every now and then I'd have to take my turn preaching because, of course, when it came to a communion service, I wasn't going to be the one who was consecrating the sacred elements. So I had to preach. Oh, yikes. And I'd have an identity crisis every time. Who am I? What am I doing? Where do I stand? It was hard. But it was good for me. I loved it. I loved it after it was over, and grateful to have done it. I can remember a few, Buster, where you're in your fancy outfit, and I'm having to preach for God's sake. But I was grateful. I think I've wandered from the subject. Let me ask you.
Okay. Question 2.
Yes. Oh, are we there yet?
Yeah.
What have your students taught you? What have you learned from your students? And I have a long list.
Well, to quote Dr. Martin from earlier, the harder question is how have my students not shaped me? But I love teaching a lot. It's actually what I primarily feel called to do, as much as I love to read dense books and write dense books. Ultimately...
Dense?
Yeah. Well...
I loved it.
Yeah, well, I know. Well, Molly said it was very learned, but very dense, she said. But what really makes me come alive is to be engaged with students in the classroom. I love our students. As my esteemed colleague, Dr. Jennifer Oz Freeman, said earlier, each one of our students is different. They come from such a different place, articulate different perspectives, different identities, different locations, and that is challenging, and it's invigorating, and it's wonderful. Beyond that, I've told my parents on a number of occasions, because they're 2 retired teachers, so we talk a lot about teaching. I said, I get paid. Unbelievably, I get paid a lot to teach, I think, the best human beings I know. Human beings who want to transform the world in the direction of justice and compassion. And that is a gift. It pushes me to keep those questions at the forefront of my own scholarship. I am a philosopher. I care about metaphysics. I want to geek out about epistemology. And my students are constantly pushing me to talk about where sort of theology meets the ethical and the political road. And so I've been transformed by that. I will also say my students have changed my research agenda. I was going to do a whole series on books about pragmatic historicism, but then I came to the conclusion that, maybe I ought to write some books that my students can read and understand. And so my students have really compelled me to think, like, what are the books I need to write that they need to read? So my next book project is going to be a deep dive into the problem of suffering, with a particular emphasis on the murder of George Floyd, the coronavirus pandemic, and the ecological crisis. So I never thought that would be my next book, but alas, it's going to be my next book. So my research agenda has changed. My students have pushed me to think about what kind of spiritual life does my theology make possible? So I've taken a couple cracks at that. Something I've been thinking about recently, what's the relationship between theology and formation? Something I've been in conversation with my esteemed colleague, Dr. Andrew Packman. So my students, they have changed me, shaped me, just as much as I think I've shaped them. Mary, how have your students changed you?
Just give me 1 second to say amen to all of that. You know, I could have, I don't know, Ed and I could be clones, Wilson and I could be clones when we talk about students, when we talk about reciprocal energy, the teacher being taught, the teacher teaching, and I had that experience over and over again at United. And I think if there's anything that unites United, it's our love for teaching. I truly never heard anybody say, doggone those students. I just can't get my research done. I mean, we cared about teaching. Nobody, I mean, once in a while you think, that's a lot of papers that I really do need to get back and respond to with care. But I love teaching also, and I love being taught. And I think my students at United, because they were adults, because they had wonderful life stories that they shared, our papers demanded a sharing of life stories, and nothing interests me more than religious autobiography. I mean, I learned about different kinds of spiritual journey. There wasn't just mine. I learned about the kind of journey that requires deconstructing. I learned about the kind of journey that requires starting from scratch, which I had not experienced. I mean, what do you do when you come with no religious background and you're going into ministry? That's really a different kind of journey from mine, where I had to just back up from too much raw material that I often didn't know what to do with. My favorite classes were the ones where the students did all the work. And I provided the resources, a readings course in the MA program, where every student read a different set of books. We all became familiar with everybody's books. We'd say, oh, you know, Bonnie really didn't like that last book. I wonder if she's going to like the one that she's reading this week. There was an investment. There was a community of lovers in that classroom. And I'll just say two more things. Your parents are teachers. My kids are teachers. One hasn't taught for a while. But we used to walk around like Harriet and talk about the fact that you have to love your students in the most, of course, appropriate and agape way. You know what I'm talking about. You have to care. And you have to be grateful for the energy they give back to you in the work that they do. And you have to love what you teach. And I think I hear both of us saying, I hear both of us saying, I heard Ed and Gary saying, we love what we teach. We love who, in my case, we taught. And then I had a little insight on, as I was writing on my yellow piece of paper, I think what I learned to do, what I tried to do, and what I needed to do was try to minimize pedagogically useless suffering in the academic enterprise, because there was so much of it. I mean, if the students are terrified, so is the teacher. If there's endless mystery about what's expected of you, on both ends, that's useless suffering. And it takes an immense amount of calming down, I think, thinking, what the heck is this all about? I think to foster a classroom in which the suffering is not excessive. It's always scary to stand up and say, I know more than you do. And it's always scary to say, here's my paper, I hope you like it. I mean, that's a dynamic I think we can't totally get rid of, but we can make it so much less painful.
Indeed, that's great. That is great. And these disciplines, I mean, our students they're suffering the minute they walk into class in the first week, because they're often intimidated by classes in historical
And
theology.
so are we,
Yes.
thinking we have to know.
Oh, it's terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're confronted with the limitations of your own knowledge or things you read but you've long forgotten. I go through that, I think, before each and every class.
Yeah.
What am I doing?
Little queasiness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh, that's a great minimizing suffering, excessive pedagogical suffering. That is great. Well, the last question, where we can move to Q&A, was the question about pressing issues in our fields, pressing issues in the field when you taught, pressing issues today. Did you want to take a crack at that?
I'll take a very short crack at that because I'm not teaching, and up to the very second changes in our field, I probably am no longer aware of. Somebody's going to have to tell me, what is the very latest thing that would make me as a scholar nervous because I didn't yet know it or I hadn't yet thought of it. For me, I guess how's this for grandiose? My classroom has become the world. But that sounds kind of cornball. But what I mean by that is that I now talk about religion and theology with lots of interesting, educated, good people who think that religion and theology are irrelevant, destructive, baloney. And those are interesting conversations because they compel me, or at least I feel compelled, to try to articulate what is religion and to tell stories. Once you get people telling stories or you tell your own, that offers an entree, just like it does in a classroom. But I just have different kinds of conversations these days, and I try to point to institutions like the Hope Community at Franklin and Portland, or Ascension School in North Minneapolis, and talk about the fact that deep religious faith underlies the works of justice that those communities are doing, and then try to talk about how theology and religion at their best foster justice and love in the world. But that's not the latest methodological cutting edge thing, which still interests me actually. So you're going to keep me up on that stuff.
Well, I can try. What you're articulating, one might say, is timeless. The timeless importance of theology. I won't go on so we can have some time for Q&A. The issue I was going to raise is the question of the emergence of interreligious and comparative forms of theology. Can we theologize anymore in parochial enclaves? I don't think so. I am very grateful that my esteemed colleague, Dr. Munjed Murad, has joined our faculty, and we've already begun conversations. But I am utterly convinced that theologizing about the nature of ultimate reality, about the meaning and purpose of human existence cannot be done in a religious vacuum. I was going to read I love reading to people, but I will spare you. But one book I really want to seriously recommend is Jonathan Tominal's new book, Circling the Elephant. Jonathan Tominal was my teacher at Union. It is the most compelling work in comparative theology to appear in 30 years. But it is a robust argument against religious insularity, and an argument that, you know what, to love our neighbors as ourselves means that we are called to love our neighbor's wisdom. And so he calls for a sort of an interreligious or a comparative form of theology that's done in a very constructive mode, that actually reimagines and rethinks ultimate reality in deep conversation with Hinduism, with Buddhism, and other traditions. So I recommend this book to you, Circling the Elephant. So I'll stop there. Okay, some cute. Yeah, can we get the mic?
Gordon Kaufman was my teacher at Vanderbilt, and during that period, he really spent a long time writing a systematic theology. He taught systematic theology, and he then had the courage to change, not because systematics was bad, but because what was happening inside him demanded it. And that's what I observe in both of you. You have the courage to change your thought as time and circumstances demanded.
Thank you, Wilson. Thank you.
Thanks, Wilson. And we were in a community that made that possible for us.
That's right.
That's not true for everybody.
Yes.
Always grateful for that.
We have time for like 1 or 2, 3 questions.
Did we go on too long?
Nah, you know.
Thank you for your presentation. One of the things that you triggered in my mind is I'm very fond of going to Cub grocery store because I'm a Papa Bear and I have a Mama Bear wife, and we feed our little cubs food from Cub. For some strange reason, it's called Cub. They have a free magazine in the front of the place that doesn't cost anything. It's called Natural Awakenings. And most of the writers are females for some strange reason. And there's a sunflower on the cover of the latest edition. It comes out every month. It's really a beautiful sunflower with a giant cell in the center of it, which is amazing. At any rate, one of the things I recently learned, it took me forever to figure this one out, at the end of the prayers in the churches and synagogues that I've gone to, it's always amen. Nobody says women. My wife knew about it for a long time ago. I just finally figured it out. I'm 80 years old. And saying women at the end of a prayer is so radical, for God's sakes. Well, this room has got a lot of women to say women at the end of the day. So anyway, it's just a contribution to awakenings in the gender world.
Women. One more question, maybe?
I refuse to ask God for mercy. When you think of any relationship where mercy needs to be asked for, it's an abusive relationship. And I don't believe in an abusive, a God that I can be in relationship with who is abusive. So I'm curious if your reaction might be to that.
No, I'm thinking, I'm sure Demian is thinking, I guess my model of God, if you can even call it a model anymore, is just so, at this point in my life, so far from the personal that I don't think that way anymore, although I used to. Yeah, Lord have mercy, Christ have mercy, Lord have mercy. I guess for me that's a ritual repetition that ties me to the ancient tradition. And sometimes students would say, I can't say the creed, I don't believe any of that. And I didn't believe it literally either, but there was something about being in that community that tied me to the history, to the fact that I was saying by being there, these are my people. But I think, Aaron, are you talking about models of God? I mean, I think that's the broader issue you're bringing up. Yeah, and that's not a model that compels me, although it once did. I guess that's the best I can say.
Yeah, I would second that. And I've also moved beyond anthropomorphic conceptions of God and sort of more of a ground of being approach to God. But I'm sure you've read Rita Brock and Rebecca Parker, who have some very profound things to say about that question, and I am very sympathetic to their argument. Proverbs of Ashes is a book I'd recommend.
But to chant Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, Christe eleison in a liturgy, I can do that.
Yep. Those are
but
symbolic.
I'm not. It's somehow affecting me at a more emotive tone or something. Sorry, I think I kind of fumbled that one, but I'm trying. But I know what you mean.
Well, this has been such a rich conversation, and we do have to cut it off for to move into our next segment of the program. Thank you both so much. I will now invite Reverend Brian Demian. Did I say it right, Brian? I've known you long enough. I should know how to pronounce your last name. All right.
What a wonderful afternoon. Thank you to everyone who organized and participated. It's been amazing. And before I read my script, as a point of transition to the spirit of representing the Alum Council, I just want to recall my very first sermon in chapel at United back in 2003. I was in the middle of it, and I realized Dr. Chris Smith, who was my preaching professor, had done wonders with my research, because I was stunned that every single person I cited through my exegetical work in my sermon was a woman. Coming from the South, Cajun country boy, that was very different. And so I began my transformation. So in that light, speaking as an alum, each year United alums actually are invited to nominate someone to receive what is called the Distinguished Alum Award. This honor goes to someone who is exemplary in representing United in their life and in their work. So, as a representative of the Alum Council and as an alum myself, it is my distinct honor and pleasure to announce that John Aeschbury has been selected to be United's 2022 Distinguished Alum. And at this time, I would like to call on Brian Bagley Bonner, along with his wife, Judy Bagley Bonner, who nominated John.
Thank you. I drew the short straw, so I have to speak. First of all, I want to thank Reverend Dr. Cindy Beth Johnson for inviting us to come. She called and said, I noticed that Judy graduated in 86 and you graduated in 96. That must be a typo. No, it just took me a whole lot longer to get the degree. No, that's not true. Anyway, I wanted to share just a couple things before I talk about John. First, I remember with fondness, as I've listened to all the richness, that in a class with Wilson and also in a class with Dr. James Nelson, that I was given the gift of the phrase homo ludens, humans as players, and it changed everything for me. And hearing the discussion about playfulness today was very affirming. I will say for Judy as well, she recently, we've retired. Recently, she got out her ordination paper and said, this still holds. This still holds. Because of the power of what we received here at United Seminary. We were prepared for various ministries, not only in the pulpit, but in hospice, in chemical dependency counseling, in nursing home alternatives, all sorts of things. And we were just privileged and honored to receive the gifts we needed to do that. The one biggest frustration of our ministry in the church, however, was we served small churches and we never felt like there was any way we could impact the world in a just or justice-bringing way. When you're serving a church of 100 people, you can't, first of all, come to agreement, and second of all, you can't go to the county commissioners, you can't go to the state. This is one of the reasons why we think John's work is so important. John, as a little bit farther on in his letter, was Walter Brueggemann's letter of support says, John is not only wise about such work, but in his quiet way, he is effective in mobilizing, equipping, and supporting others to do the work as well. Judy and I served as co-ministers in our last church. It was a small church, but we had the privilege of having a DART affiliate get organized, and they came together in a community in Bradenton, Florida, where across the racial lines there was huge mistrust, where any attempt to work together had failed miserably in the past. They brought us together. They were able to come together in a couple years to meet with the county commissioners and to get commitments about important things. There were Lutherans and Catholics and Episcopalians and UCC. There were black churches, white churches. There were LGBTQ affirming churches and very conservative churches. They couldn't come to agreement about some issues, but there were some that they actually came together and made a difference. And DART and John's work with DART is why we were able to do that. And we're just very proud to know John and very proud of his work. John?
At this time, I'd like to invite President Marshall to come up and present this award.
Well, I know this is the occasion of the 60th anniversary of United Theological Seminary, but for me, it was 40 years ago this fall that I was a first-year student at United. It was also 40 years ago that DART was founded, and it was 40 years ago that I got married. I think it was Art Merrill who suggested there was something special about 40 years. Like, it doesn't literally take 40 years to walk from slavery in Egypt to Israel. And planting that seed has got me thinking about what 40 years means. When I came to UTS, I thought I would be a parish minister for my career. I played around with some other ideas, but I was really kind of settled on that. What I wasn't really clear about is what that meant to me in my experience. My dad was the United Church of Christ pastor. I was born in 1960, so I'm 2 years older than the seminary. But I grew up with Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. as a hero in my household. And he was a reverend, my dad was a reverend, so in my 5, 6, and 7-year-old mind, like I understood that the mission of the church was to change the world. That was the seeds of my calling. I didn't really know then. I think I figured it out maybe 10 years ago, that that's not the predominant view of the church, but it should be. So when I came to UTS, I still didn't recognize about that self, but this seminary nurtured that calling in me. And through some relationships at UTS, it opened doors for me to find that calling. Dan Vanderploeg and Jane Ellefson were two of the people that in specific, concrete ways opened those doors for me. And so when I got introduced to the work of DART, I was prepared to jump right into it. So DART is a network of 31 justice ministry organizations in 31 cities in 10 states, mostly in the South, Midwest, and Great Plains. Think of it as the Bible Belt, right? And our congregations, those organizations include about 600 congregations, predominantly Christian, but not exclusively. And whether it's Christian or Jewish or Muslim, we do organize a conversation on Micah 6 and 8 and in the Gospels, Matthew 23:23. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You tithe mint and dill and cumin, but ignore the weightier matters of the law, justice, mercy, and faithfulness. So we have a conversation. How are you doing at faithfulness ministry? And most of the congregations, we have Bible study, we have prayer groups, we worship. In our walk with God, we're doing pretty well. How are you doing on mercy ministry? And I can tell you, churches do a lot of mercy ministry. Volunteering for Habitat for Humanity, food pantry, tutoring in schools. Doing pretty well. How are you doing on justice ministry? First of all, people don't know how to think about that question. I don't know that I always did. But in the Bible, justice is to hold Pharaoh, the king, the nobles, and officials accountable for the fair treatment of all people, especially the poor, the widow, and the orphan. And in the Bible, the poor are never the problem. Can I have a witness? Now, there are other theologies, but they are not in the Bible. And the justice indicators in every one of our communities stink, right? Tens of thousands of low-income families who pay more than half of their income for housing, and that's only gotten worse during the pandemic. 30, 40, 50% of third graders who are failing reading. The explosion of the criminal justice system and mass incarceration. And what are we doing about that to hold our officials accountable? Well, not very much. Why? Because we haven't built the power necessary to hold those officials accountable. So, and in our culture, there are two kinds of power. There's money power, and there's power of organized people. And in none of our congregations do we have money power. Like, we've got some money, like, yes, that we should raise money for the seminary. Yes, we should raise money. for our organizations, but it's not real money power. What do I mean by that? Well, when I was organizing in Columbus, Ohio in 2012, we had 50 dues-paying congregations. We added up their budgets. It was $40 million. We thought, gee, that's a lot of money. That same year, Michael Jeffries, who was the CEO of Abercrombie & Fitch, his total compensation was $44 million. When it comes to buying support in the public arena, like our churches didn't have enough money to do that. But we could organize people. And there's a whole other biblical story that we use to reference Nehemiah 5. We actually didn't learn that when I was at UTS. But that's an incredible story of direct action on nobles and officials in Jerusalem who are taking advantage of people in the middle of a famine. So that's what we do in DART. What does that mean? Well, 50,000 children were diverted over the last 7 years from a criminal justice system in Florida because our organizations pressed for an expansion of something called civil citations and got kids civil citations for minor offenses to get kids in community-based diversion programs. Tens of millions of dollars were won for affordable housing this last year. In Lexington, Kentucky, for example, that organization won $13 million for Affordable Housing Trust Fund, mostly out of the American Rescue Plan, and commitments from the county council to set up a dedicated revenue stream. And in Lawrence, Kansas, our affiliate defeated, Rock Chalk Jayhawk, I guess, but the very liberal Douglas County Commission wanted to expand the jail because crime was down over 10 years, but incarceration was up, right? So they beat a jail and they won the building of the largest crisis intervention center in the state of Kansas as an alternative to incarceration. And as important as all those victories are, it is working with people in congregations, and I could say a lot about all these people. Some of them are UTS grads, Belinda Sneed, Ron Lucky, W.D. Smith, so on and so forth. Aaron Lauer is a UTS grad in Dade County. As much as the issues are important, it's working with people in grassroots congregations that is so deeply meaningful. There are no shortage of people in congregations who want to answer the call to do justice. What we have a shortage on in DART is the number of organizers that we have in organizations. We're always looking for people that have a passion to win justice, that are able to relate to diverse groups of people, and that have a good work ethic. So if you know any of them, send them to me, Aeschbury at thedartcenter.org. Go to our website, thedartcenter.org, and you can look at careers. And I'd be very interested in thinking with United Theological Seminary about how can we create paths for people to discover a calling into justice ministry organizing. So with deep gratitude, I am happy to be recognized as the UTS 2022 Distinguished Alum. More than the award, I recognize the ways in which the education and relationships at UTS have helped to shape who I am. Go get them.
Thank you, John. If I didn't have this job I'm doing right now, I'd be in line to work with you, and I hope some of our students will be as well. We heartily congratulate you for the significant impact your organization is making and all the networking that you do. Thank you very much. We have had a grand day. It's been wonderful to be together, to hear stories shared, to see encounters between alums and their professors, and to learn more about what we care about as an institution. And so that in itself has been an evocative blessing. One more reminder from Dr. Cindy Beth Johnson before you leave this afternoon. If you would write on one of these slips of paper of a voice that has helped you become who you most truly are, and you would like to offer that affirmation. It's a way of, it's not a wailing wall, it's a gratitude wall. And we will be looking at that as a way of encouragement about what we are about and how we honor people in our midst. Thank you for giving this much of a day. It's been just wonderful to be together. There'll be other events in the year as we go forward in the 60th anniversary. Not 60 events, but there'll be more events. We plan a big wrap up this coming spring. And as you know, United is moving into a season in which we are very intentional about securing the future of the school as we invite the participation of our friends and our alums to share in a capital campaign. Now, it's not capital in the sense that we're going to build anything. It's a comprehensive campaign, meaning that there will be the United Fund, there'll be endowed professorships, primarily scholarships, but a little bit of infrastructure upgrade so that we can hear each other better when we have Zoom classes or gather like this. And so you'll be hearing from us because we need and desire your support. And I hope today that you have sensed that there is a wonderful spirit, energy, momentum, even a time of greening, to quote Hildegard of Bingen. It is a good season here, and your participation helps make it so. Let me conclude with a blessing. For the gathering of this day, we are all grateful. For the joy of human love, we give thanks. For our forebears who have charted a pathway for us, we are grateful. And for those who pick up the baton in this season and carry it forward, and pick up the light and light the way forward, we give thanks. And so may you go out with joy and be led forth in peace.